Commissioner Davis, Commissioner Deerhake, Commissioner Harris, Commissioner McAdams, Commissioner Monist, and Commissioner Vandevart is now signed in. So we're gonna have a quorum, that's for sure. But I'll do a formal roll call when we get when we open up. But looks like we're gonna have a quorum, and I'm gonna try and start on time because we have a very robust agenda for today's meeting.
Rahat, I just got an email from Michael Bulleri, who is the attorney over at that's on the Eagle Transport, and he's saying he can't sign in as a panelist because it's not connected. Let's see.
Well, he doesn't need to be a panelist before we get to that item on the agenda.
Right, exactly. But he said it's not matching any other panelist's email address, so I'll tell him to give it wait until his item shows up.
Well, he can join as an attendee for now.
Yeah,
right.
That's what I just emailed him back, is that he should just come in through the website normally, and then as Rahat had mentioned earlier, he can just flip it over.
Yeah, that's what I was about to tell him. Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Thank you both, by the way, for all your help.
Sure.
Okay, according to my computer, it's 9 o'clock, and so I will treat that as, in fact, what time it really is. And I would ask all panelists, if you would, to mute yourself when you're not speaking so that it keeps down the overall background noise. Very good to see you this morning for this meeting of the Environmental Management Commission, and I want to get started promptly as we have a robust agenda for today. Let me start with the call to order. North Carolina General Statute 163A. Well, actually, let me do roll call first. That would be a better plan. Commissioner Anderson?
Present.
Commissioner Arata?
Here.
Commissioner Bailey?
Hi, I had trouble logging in. It's hung up on me.
Good to see you. Commissioner Carter?
Here.
Commissioner Davis?
I'm here.
Commissioner Deerhake?
Here.
Commissioner Gillespie?
Here.
Commissioner Harris?
Here.
Commissioner Keene? Commissioner Keene? I'll come back to Commissioner Keene. Commissioner Lazoric? I know Suzanne was having a little trouble with maybe calling in just a minute, so I'll come back to her too. Commissioner McAdams?
Here.
Commissioner Modest?
Here.
Commissioner Solomon? Commissioner Solomon? Okay, I'll come back to him. And Commissioner Vandervaart?
Here.
Okay, we do have a quorum, but let me try one more time. Commissioner Keene? Commissioner Lazoric? And Commissioner Solomon? Okay. I'll open the meeting the way we always do by reporting that North Carolina General Statute Section 163A-159E mandates that at the beginning of any meeting of a board, the chair shall remind all members of their duty to avoid conflicts of interest under this subchapter. And I should also inquire as to whether there is any known conflict of interest with respect to any matters coming before the board at this time. Yes, Commissioner Arata.
Yes, I just wanted to raise you with the full commission that I already raised with you. That's regarding agenda item number 3. I served as hearing officer on that rule set. We received 2 comments, one of which came from a former employer of mine. I don't believe any actual conflict of interest exists, but I do realize that the appearance of potential bias is still matters. And for that reason, I did not review those comments. I did not provide comments on those comments during the report drafting and don't plan on speaking to them today.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Arata. I agree with your assessment that there is no actual, nor do I think any perceived conflict of interest. But thank you. An abundance of caution is always appropriate. Someone else also spoke up, I believe.
It is I, Mr. Chairman, John McAdams, and on action item 8, the Edge of Auburn Settlement Agreement. One of the parties is a client of my firm, so I will recuse myself on that item.
Very good. Thank you very much, Commissioner McAdams. I appreciate that. Anything else? Okay. There are 2 modifications to the agenda that was published. One is that item 20 agenda item number 5, 20-32 will not be on the agenda today because the committee did not advance the proposed temporary rule, so we'll take that off the agenda. And the second item is a more personal one in that, sadly, Mark Peterson, who was a very distinguished chair of the Water Quality Committee for many years, passed away recently. And Commissioner Deerhake, who worked with Commissioner Peterson, had wanted to make some comments with respect to the significance of his career with the commission and his contribution to clean water in North Carolina. So for that tribute, I unfortunately did not have the pleasure of knowing Commissioner Peterson, but by all accounts, he was a very distinguished contributor to the welfare of the state. So, Commissioner Deerhake, let me turn this over to you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Rod is going to post a very short point that I put together that compiles many of his accomplishments. So, Rod, just let me know when you're ready. Great. Thank you, Rahat. Dr. Charles Peterson, a 24-year member of the North Carolina Environmental Management Commission, passed away on October 24th. In addition to numerous volunteer positions on state scientific panels and environmental management bodies, he chaired the EMC's Water Quality Committee from 1993 until 2013. He also chaired the Coastal Habitat Protection Plan's 3 Commission Steering Committee from 2000 to 2013. 4 governors appointed Pete to the Environmental Management Commission across administrations of 6 DEQ secretaries. His service as Water Quality Committee Chairman occurred under the EMC leadership of Dr. David Moreau and Mr. Stephen Smith. As As an educator and coastal ecology researcher at UNC's Institute for Marine Sciences, he made every Water Quality Committee meeting and EMC meeting an educational experience for all attending while completing committee business efficiently and effectively. Dr. Peterson spoke eloquently about the issues, science, and management decision-making for which this body is charged. He and EMC Chairman David Moreau arrived on the EMC at the right time, and they were a gift to our state as they shared their vision, knowledge, experience, and leadership. Undeniably, Dr. Peterson led the Water Quality Committee during the most constructive and beneficial period of water quality policy making in our state. This was accomplished in close collaboration with DEQ's talented and committed staff, DEQ leadership, fellow EMC members under Dr. Moreau's leadership, engaged stakeholders, and the public. He was a respected scientific advisor to both the executive and legislative branches of government, not only in North Carolina, but also in other states, such as Alaska, as its leaders responded to the Exxon Valdez oil spill and its impacts. It required 3 slides to list the major water quality planning and rulemaking actions accomplished by the EMC during Dr. Peterson's time as Water Quality Committee Chairman. And if you'll indulge me, I'll just list you a few of these. This includes the development of 62 basin-wide management plans for our 17 river basins, implementation of water supply watershed protection rules in each of our 100 rules for the state's rapidly expanding animal feeding operations. And Rahat, if you would pass along the next slide, please. Thank you. And then one more slide. Also, the nutrient strategy rules for Jordan and Falls Lake and multiple triennial reviews of surface water quality standards. Dr. Peterson understood the interconnectivity of water, air, and land and was always supportive of the Air Quality Committee's efforts during my time as its chair. We served on the EMC together for 18 years. Our state's water, public health, and quality of life as it relates to recreation and aesthetics are in such a better place because of him. His legacy will not only be cleaner, healthier waters in our state, but also an increased public understanding that it's our responsibility to preserve, restore, and protect North Carolina's environment. I know you join me in sending our condolences to his family, friends, and colleagues, along with our sincerest appreciation for his service to our state. Thank you.
Commissioner Gearhake, thank you very much for that tribute. And I have to say, and from my experience looking at that and imagining serving in that role for over 20 years and the scope of activities that they accomplished is just almost, it is overwhelming and almost unbelievable. So that really, what a dedication to the welfare of the environment of this state. Did any other commissioners just want to, who knew Dr. Peterson, want to comment on that or just add any particular thoughts at this time? Just Marianne, thank you so much for calling that to our attention. I really want to thank you for that fine tribute, and it shows all of us that we have a large set of shoes in which we continue in this legacy over time. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman Robert.
Let's go ahead now to the next item, which is to approve the minutes. And I would like to make one recommendation in addition to approval of the minutes, and that is on page 6. That on page 6, at the right just above the information items, there was a note that said in the version of the minutes I had, which said that all commissioners voted in favor of the motion with one recorded as not voting, insert name of commissioner not voting. I would like to propose that, since I went back and checked my own records, because I do keep account on this, and all commissioners voting in favor of the motion with Commissioner Gillespie recorded as not voting, because Commissioner Gillespie had to leave the meeting by that point. So with that amendment, do I hear a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved. This is David.
Thank you, David. Do I have a second?
This is Commissioner Bailey. I second the motion.
Thank you very much. The motion has been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? If not, I'm going to go ahead and do a roll call. Commissioner Anderson?
Present, aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Arata?
Aye.
Commissioner Bailey?
Aye.
Commissioner Carter? Commissioner Carter?
Aye. Can you not
Thank
hear me?
you. Yep, I can now. Thank you. Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Deerhake?
Aye.
Commissioner Gillespie?
Aye.
Commissioner Harris?
Aye.
Commissioner Keene?
Here.
I'll take that as a yes. As
Yes,
an aye. Commissioner Lazoric, have you been able to get on? Commissioner McAdams?
Aye.
Commissioner Modest?
Yes.
Commissioner Solomon? I think Commissioner Solomon's been having some trouble getting on too.
Yes, I was. Thank you.
Okay, very good. We're voting on the approval of the minutes.
Like I said yesterday, I've always voted for the approval of the minutes, so I was not.
God bless you. Thank you. And Commissioner Vandervaart?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay. The next item we have on the agenda is for the approval, action item number 1 of item number 20-28 to request approval of proposed rule revisions and regulatory impact analysis for the repeal of 15A NCAC 13B rules 1701 to 1710 and the adoption of the rule 1703 requirements for existing structural fills to proceed to public comment. And Ed Muessler is doing a presentation on this, I believe. So Ed, let me turn it over to you. Okay, Ed, you're still on mute.
I apologize. It turned itself off. Good morning, everybody. I'm happy to be here. I know we have a busy agenda, so we want to move right along. Rule, are you going to pass over to me so I can share my screen? I'm not able to share content yet. Well, that would
hang on. I'm sure we'll get this sorted out in a minute.
Right. Sorry about that. All right. Let's see. Who's in charge of passing off there?
Ratul, I think you are in charge of passing off the screen to Ed so that he could share his screen with the rest of the group. In the interim, just I would note for the commissioners that should you wish to pull up the presentation, it's also contained on the agenda in a link. That's what I've done.
All right. Interesting. Okay.
Lois, we seem to be having some difficulty getting a hold of Ratul to pass off the screen share to Ed Muessler.
Okay, I'm gonna give Rahad a call now and see what's going on. I just sent him a message in the chat also.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I apologize, everybody.
And while we're doing that, I see the Commissioner Lazoric has joined us. So thank you. Good to see you.
Yes, can you hear me? I had to adjust my audio.
Yes, we hear you just fine.
Well, aha, there we go. Success. Thank you. Let me pull up my PowerPoint right now. There we go. And turn it on. Thank you, everybody. I'm Ed Musler. I'm the section chief of the Division of Waste Management, and we're here to talk about readoption of 15A NCAC 13B, Section 1700, requirements for beneficial use of coal combustion products. All right. Okay, the Division of Waste Management is requesting approval from the EMC to proceed to public hearing for repeal of Rule 1704 to 1710 because they're unnecessary, having been replaced by the Coal Ash Management Act.
Was coming.
Excuse me just a minute, Lois. You should mute your screen, mute your audio.
Getting this sharing the screen, so I had to call
Lois.
Issues because.
Hey Lois, this is Stan. You need to mute your audio.
And hold on, Philip is calling me. Philip.
All right, sounds like we might be back on track. As I was saying, we are asking for repeal of Rule 1701 to 1710 because they were replaced by the Coal Ash Management Act in 2014. We've written a new Rule 1713, requirements for existing structural fills, because there were elements within that rule set that were not in CAMA that we needed for the existing structural fills. And these rules are required to be readopted pursuant to the 150B 21.3A. Let's see. If you remember, we presented readoption of Section 1700 as an information item in July. We had quite the discussion on it and received a lot of questions. So we went back and we held a virtual stakeholder meeting in August to discuss the rule changes. We had quite a few representatives across the users and the public, including DOT, various divisions within DQ, Ag, different counties, representatives of the environmental group, and clean water. So these are some of the information we talked about. Remember, the materials we're talking about are fly ash, bottom ash, flue gas desulfurization, and boiler slag. I won't waste your time reading those things as we've discussed them before. And, coal ash in North Carolina is being reused now. It's going into drywall. It's made into gypsum. It can be used as an ingredient in Portland cement. And a product called Xenospheres, which was on the ponds, can also be used. And the ones that are being used now are not coming out of structural fills or out of ponds. They are coming directly out of the power plants themselves. In terms of recycling, the Coal Ash Management Act did require Duke to establish 3 projects under the Coal Ash Management Act. These are beneficiation projects, and Duke designated the Buck Station, HF Lee, and Cape Fear. What they're going to do is beneficiate the ash so that it can be used in the cement industry. And by beneficiate, what I mean is the existing carbon content is too high to work properly with the cement chemistry. And so they're building reactors that will further process it or burn off the unburnt carbon so it can be used. Those sites are under construction. We are still producing coal ash. While these numbers are old, they are relatively representative, and the stations in yellow still have operating coal units. When we had our stakeholder process, what we heard is most stakeholders, the largest concerns revolved around making sure we had good definitions, concern about some recycling processes to make sure they weren't inadvertently prohibited. People were generally supportive of using coal ash to replace raw materials, but they also wanted to make sure that in manufacturing uses it was encapsulated. There was some concern about whether the rule applied to other types or generators of coal ash other than the power industry, and also the disconnect between the rules and potential guidance or rules that are in the ag department. So based on that, we realized that we needed much further discussion with stakeholders and reviewing for the rules, but we were kind of caught in a quandary. We didn't have time to redo all of that, and we didn't want to lose the part for enforcement and compliance of the existing rules that we need going forward. So we removed the beneficial part, and we are adopting the rule for the compliance, and then we'll take up the beneficial use as a separate rulemaking action further on in the spring. This is just a little picture. This is ash being screened and getting ready to go into the reactor. This is what one of those staged air reactors looks like. There's 3 of them being built in North Carolina. This one's actually in South Carolina, but it's the exact same technology. You have a reactor here. This is a storage dome for finished product, air pollution control devices here in the background. It's quite impressive if you ever get a chance to go see it. Why do we need this rule? We have 79 structural fills in our inventory just in DWM, and some of them are regulated, and then some of them are pre-regulation. This is kind of a distribution of where those structural fills are. So we've got them pretty much all over the state. This is just a general use. When you build a structural fill, you're supposed to put something on top of it, like an airport or a building or whatever. And sometimes this is what we ended up with. These pictures are old. I can assure you they've been fixed by now, but it's one reason why we need the rule. Make sure the cap is in place and we control releases. So the following rules were in the existing rules, and we had notification before construction. We had some siting requirements. We required compliance with 2L. We required you to put final cover on a closure and to record the site. What we did in Rule 1713 is we consolidated and retained the maintenance criteria. So this applies to the structural fills between 1994 and 2014. Those after 2014 are subject to CAMA, and there's only one of those in the state. Our new rules defer and refer to the definitions in CAMA to maintain consistency. And what we did is we retained the following basic requirements that you had to maintain the facilities, that they had to keep the buffers that they were originally built with. We were concerned that people might carve off, portions of the property that were buffer that didn't have coal ash on them. We strengthened or made clear that you must maintain final cover and expanded it to say it could be soil or an impervious surface or a building or structure, and you have to maintain it, and that you have to maintain the recordation. We didn't get a lot of stakeholder comments on the existing rule that we presented in July. We did hear that they wanted a little strengthening or unclear on some of the groundwater and surface water requirements pointing to 2B and 2L. We made sure that we clarified it was the property owner's responsibility to maintain the buffers to property boundaries, and they wanted a little bit more information about the 2-foot separation from seasonal high groundwater that was in the original rule. So to address these concerns, we added a reference for clarification that's stating that existing fills are subject to groundwater and surface requirements in 2B and 2L. We added clarification to the landowner's responsibility of maintaining buffers. We moved all of this into a new rule, 1713, so that as we add things on down the line, it would be a cleaner, neater package for people, wouldn't be picking up one piece here and there and having to go back and forth. And to help people understand, we do propose to have a abbreviated version of this presentation with the notice of public comment on our rule page. So we did do a regulatory impact analysis. There were no impacts to state or local governments. There are no substantial impacts. We did run it by a Rules Review Committee for a pre-review and incorporated their comments. We did run it through the Groundwater Committee in September, and they approved sending the revised rule package here. And just to show where everything went, I'll go through this quickly. These are all the existing rules and what we did with them. We moved it to 1713. It's not necessary anymore. And of course, if they were built after 2014, these are the sections in CAMA one can refer to. So we don't need siting criteria because they're already built. We don't need design and construction criteria because they're already built. All the closure has already been accomplished. They've all been recorded. The beneficiation is addressed to a certain extent in CAMA, and we feel that we are not infringing on any current projects or uses. And our rulemaking in the future will help clarify and provide some guidance on that. We do have existing rules to prevent a speculative accumulation, to regulate storage and transport, and it's also in CAMA. And it's not necessary to report anymore because they're not being used or active. So with that, this is the rulemaking schedule. You can see we're here in front of you on the second line in the red, asking for approval of the rule and the fiscal note to go to public comment. We're the schedule to work out. We hope to be back in front of you in March and with an effective date of May 1st, meet our readoption deadline. So with that, the division requests that the Environmental Management Commission approve the proposed rule revisions and regulatory impact analysis for the repeal of 15A NCAC 13B Rule 1701 to 1710 and adoption of Rule 1713 requirements for existing structural fills to proceed to public comment. And I did clarify that. The slide says 1703, but I'm pretty sure it should have said 1713. I apologize. And with that, I will answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ed. Do any members of the commission have questions? And I am having some difficulty in seeing everybody as much as I would like. So here we go. If you have a question, just speak up. And if not, I actually have one short question, Ed, which is that in your slide on the summary of rule changes, it says that it applies to that 1713 applies to structural fills constructed between January 4th, 1994 and September 20th, 2014. What about fills that were built before January 4th, 1994? And is your inventory so complete you feel like you really have a good handle on all of them? And if there were any that were built before that you're out of the inventory, how do these rules affect them?
Well, good questions. And we do feel like we have a good inventory because the pre-94 structural fills were built outside of a regulatory framework. It's not possible to retroactively make these requirements apply to them. So as we review them, if we notice issues, we have to go about it at a different way. It's much more cumbersome, but we would use some sort of, for instance, release to surface water or groundwater or sedimentation and erosion control law. Fortunately, most of those are in pretty good shape where we're not concerned about it. But it is a little a gap in there, but don't know exactly what the fix would be.
Okay, so this is really a function of CAMA itself and the way CAMA is structured.
That's
Okay.
correct.
Okay. Any other questions?
Chairman, my name is Marion Deerhake. I could ask a couple of questions.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Gearhead. Go ahead.
Mr. Muffler, my first one deals with the slide that's entitled 2013 to 14 coal ash production and disposal.
All right.
I just wanted to make sure I understood the table and the column headings correctly.
Sure.
For the Allen steam plant, why is the ash tons disposed greater than the ash tons produced? Is it left over from a previous year, or?
It would be. It's not left over. It's actually a summary of ash and FGD minus, the FGD that is recycled. So in other words, some of the FGD got disposed of, and that's where the total comes in. There also is so you had gypsum, other uses, and you've got FGD tons disposed. So
Okay. And my other question about this table is with the Blues Creek. Why is the difference between the if you subtract the disposed amount from the produced amount, tons or less?
I'm sorry, I don't know the answer. A lot of this comes in to, how this is reported. We have some that goes to other uses. We have some that, cross over. It's also possible that some of these, a couple of these power stations, the flue gas desulfurization, the FGD, is put into its own landfill. And the purpose for that is so that they can mine it back out and sell it when there's demand there. So there is some movement of numbers where something goes in as disposal one year and comes out as product or recycling in another year.
Commissioner Deerhake, I think you went on mute again. And also, I would encourage all the other commission members, if you would, to keep keep yourselves on mute when you're not speaking, so we don't get background noise.
Thank you. My last question is about section 1713, and just a structural specs question, I guess. Is there no specification for the permeability of the 12-inch cover or the materials of construction for the cover?
That is correct. There is no permeability specification. Just the fact to have it covered. Once the ash is in the ground, it stays. It's pretty tight. But the other thing we've found over time is you can put in a cap at, say, 1 times 10 to the minus 5, and over time that soil goes back to whatever it originally was when it came out of the ground. So, ensuring what it is long term doesn't get us, is not possible without constantly retesting and reworking it. But it's also been, if we get a good stand of grass on it, if we get a good slope on it, then we minimize infiltration, and it's been protective at this point in time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions? If not, let's see, Commissioner Bailey, I think this came out of your committee. Would you wish to make a motion?
Yes, I do. And before I make the motion, I just wanted to say that I think this rule has been thoroughly vetted. We've met with the interested parties, the stakeholders. I was a part of the August stakeholder phone call and heard what people had to say. I think the division has responded to their requests to make some changes the rule, and the rule is now more streamlined, I think, and it's the way rules should be written. Make it easy for the regulated community to have everything they need in one rule instead of across like 1701 to 1710. Now they have one rule to look at. So I'll make the motion for the EMC to approve the proposed rule revisions and regulatory impact analysis for the repeal of 15A NCAC 13B rules .1701 to .1710 and adoption of rule .1713. I think this says something else, but it should be 1713, requirements for existing structural fills to proceed to public comment.
Second the motion, Mr. Chair.
Do I have okay, very good. Thank you. So motion is seconded by Commissioner Keene, I think. So, and so are we sure about the reference to 1713? Because that seemed right to me too. And that's a typo in the slide. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
Very good. Okay. So let the record show. All right. I'm going to do any further discussion. Okay. I'm going to move ahead to the roll call. Commissioner Anderson.
I support. Aye.
Commissioner Arata?
Aye.
Commissioner Bailey?
Aye.
Commissioner Carter?
Aye.
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Deerhake?
Aye.
Commissioner Gillespie?
Aye.
Commissioner Harris?
Aye.
Commissioner Keene?
Aye.
Commissioner Lazorick?
Aye.
Commissioner McAdams?
Aye.
Commissioner Monist?
Aye.
Commissioner Solomon?
Aye.
Commissioner Vandervaart? Commissioner Vandervaart? Mr. Vandervaart, I think you're still on mute. Okay, I'll record Commissioner Vandervaart is not voting. With that, the motion passes, and thank you very much. So we'll have to find a hearing officer for you, so we'll talk about that at a later time.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is agenda item number 20-29, which is, so Ed, you're not gone yet, a request to adopt rule revisions and approve the fiscal notes and hearing officer's report for 15A NCAC 13B solid waste management sections .0100 through .0600, except for .0531-.0547, and repeal rules, .0204, .0501, .0502, .0701 through .0706, and .1301. So, Ed, let you take it away.
All right. Is my screen being shared? Are you all seeing my presentation?
Not yet.
Okay, I didn't do something right then. Let me see. Share content. Where is my? Apologize. Let's try this again. There we go. Okay. Thank you, Chairman Myberg. Again, I'm staying on stage here. This is the balance of the rules for in the solid waste section, Division of Waste Management, that we're bringing before you. If you remember, you've earlier done compost and municipal solid waste landfills and C&D landfills, and this is everything else. So we'll jump right into it. We're requesting that you adopt amendments. We amended the general provisions, permits for solid waste facilities, treatment and processing, transfer facilities, the 0500 rules, except for 531 through 546. That is the construction and demolition debris landfill rules, and they have already been approved by the commission. The monitoring requirements, and then repeal of these other specific sections, and we'll talk a little bit more about those. Okay, so the existing rules, section 100 is definitions and establishes the general requirements for solid waste management. Section 200 is permit requirements, a variety of different types of permits and what you're submitting, life of site permits, permit approval, denial, that type of thing. Section 300 is establishment of application and operational requirements for treatment and processing facilities. Section 400, which is an expansion, is our transfer facilities. The 500 is deciding design, application, and operation for everything else, including industrial solid waste landfills, incinerators, and land clearing and inert debris landfills, and also bolstering some general requirements for beneficial fill activities that don't require a permit. And then section 1600 establishes groundwater and surface water monitoring for those sanitary landfills that are not otherwise subject to the rules. And for instance, we have an inventory of over 120 municipal solid waste landfills that closed prior to 1993 and 98 and are not subject to other rules that would be covered by 0600. These rules are proposed for readoption or pursuant to 150B 21.3A. We do have our April 30th, 2021 deadline. Most of the amendments and drafted for these rules were corrections and updates to information, and we removed outdated and unnecessary language. We do have approved fiscal notes for section 400, which was transfer stations, was approved in April, and then the balance in May. It did show some impacts financially, but not substantial economic impacts. What we did in 100, the definitions, what we did, throughout time and history, definitions ended up in various sections of the rules, and we moved all the definitions here so that they would be consistent and easily found. And of course, then we had to take out the ones that were also otherwise in the statutes or antiquated, no longer needed. Rule 103 was removed. That was a procedure from the 80s to determine waste. It was a procedure to see whether the waste could go in an unlined landfill, and it's no longer necessary. Those waste screening procedures are clear in the various landfill rules. 201, minimal amendments and corrections. We clarified some statutory requirements to solid waste management facilities. It made it sure that people understood the department had, certain rights for access for inspections, required an application change for a change of ownership when you sell something, that there is a requirement for that in the statute. Rule 202 allows for made it clear that operations could continue if the applicant submitted an application for a permit renewal or something on their permit, and the agency didn't get it done before the effective date so that they could continue to operate under the terms and conditions of their existing permit. We had a little bit of minimal amendments in 203, and then 204, which was a recordation rule, was repealed because that requirement is in the statutes. We did add a new rule, Rule 208. It's a interesting rule. We put in here is a permit exemption. It's a new rule because we have a couple of types of solid waste management. One we call a collection center, and one we call a temporary debris storage and reduction site. And the collection center might be like you find in the rural areas where you can drive up and people can put their garbage in a collection bin because they don't have any collection. And we historically have not permitted those as transfer stations or anything, and the regulated community wanted assurances on that. And also, we have been setting up temporary debris storage sites for hurricanes and ice storms and other natural disasters. And we've been doing it for years, but there was no clear rules or whatever. So we said, well, as long as you're doing A, B, and C, you don't need a permit. So we tried to do that. And we're also, by bringing in the TDSRs, this allows us to communicate more effectively with FEMA. because there are federal requirements for their reimbursement for solid waste management after a disaster. And if you stage it somewhere, it has to meet a certain number of requirements. So this makes sure that that paperwork and our actions are aligned with the federal actions so that we can expedite reimbursement to the local governments for their valuation. We often communicate, frequently during storms. We're in the communication. So we have lots of experience. We're the ones that FEMA calls afterwards and says, town A, B, and C is asking for reimbursement. Is their site okay? And so by doing that and establishing the requirements, we guarantee, or we can ensure that at least the site meets the requirements that FEMA needs for reimbursement. Treatment and processing, that's kind of a catch-all for the variety of things one can do to solid waste, whether it's some sort of shredding or chopping or mixing or something along those lines. And so we bolstered those, adding siting requirements, closure requirements, how you get a permit approved. And the future hope is, as we get unique or specific types of treatment and processing facilities, for instance, an anaerobic digester, perhaps, we would put specific rules here for that activity so that we can keep them separate. They are not there right now. Right now, it's just the basic activities. Transfer facilities, this is a large one. It expanded from a couple of pages and a few lines to 18 or 19 pages, but really everything that's in there is everything that the transfer stations have already been doing and providing to us within their permits. We updated rules and changed terms. We added clarity. We added grandfathering. We added a provision for transitioning to changes in the rules. We made it clear what was going to be in an application and kind of mimicked what everyone was used to doing in terms of a landfill permit, where we've had site plans, and we call them construction plans and operations plans, so that everybody would be familiar. We added some siting, design, and closure requirements, and made those consistent with those for other solid waste facilities. And we have operational requirements. Again, those were the things that people were already doing. They put in their operation plan, so we just required them. We repealed 501. It was a hierarchy of disposal, and that's also in the statute. In other words, it said you're supposed to reuse, reduce, recycle, incinerate, landfill last type thing. Rule 502 was not needed anymore. It was part of the transition way back in the 80s, where we went from unpermitted landfills and illegal dumps to permitted landfills. And so we don't need that part of it anymore. And the illegal dumping is covered in other manners. And then, let's see, 503 to 510, we clarified, which types of facilities they apply to, because we have now split them out so many ways for C&D and 540, 531 and MSW and 1600. So we had to clean up that language a bit. We clarified some language in 562 on beneficial activities. Beneficial, that's a unique thing. But we were having some folks where they had a loophole. They were running a beneficial fill. For instance, they were taking dirt and rock and stone, but they were doing it for years. They were essentially running a facility under the, exemption for beneficial fill just because of the materials they were taking. So, and we'd had some discussions with local governments and whatnot. So we clarified that if you're going to do that, you can do it. But the basic thing is you have to put a time frame on it. Okay, get in there, get out, make it beneficial, and move on. We did make a change in Rule 563, where we are now going to require that all land clearing and inert debris landfills obtain a permit, rather than to having just those over 2 acres in size. We had a non-permitted, a permit by rule exemption for those that were under 2 acres in size. We didn't feel that was necessary anymore, and the state would be better served by permits, and there were still carve-outs for DOT and some smaller half-acre size landfills for instance, subdivision clearing, the developer being able to clear a subdivision and leave it on his property. And then we did add a new section to provide more specific closure and post-closure requirements for these land clearing and inert debris landfills. Prior to this, it was kind of like put some dirt on it, and then it was silent on what needed to be done. So we wanted to make sure we could get these protective of public health and the environment, and that they would be maintained. Again, the monitoring requirements, as I told you, we do need those for things that are not under rules, and we clarified what that refers to, and we referenced the applicable rules and standards from 2L and 2B. Sections 700 and 1300 are set up for repeal. 700 referenced appeals and penalties and those types of things, and they're in statute or have evolved into statute over time, and some deadlines and references were moved that we needed, and Section 1300 is repealed because its requirements are also in statute. We did publish the rule changes in August to October. We had our fiscal notes, of course. We provided links to everybody. We had virtual hearings with Commissioner Keene. We split them up so that we, would get meaningful contributions on the various topics. We had several folks there in September. Not a lot of interest in the September 24th hearing for whatever reason, but that's okay. We did hear some interesting comments from the September 22nd group, and they applied primarily for desire for the rule set to have amendments to achieve environmental justice and address ongoing impacts of climate change. And we'll talk about our response to those comments. The rule set needs amendments to achieve environmental justice, and that is a valid comment, and it certainly is a high priority of the department, who has been working towards that end with their Office of Environmental Justice for years. We agree that further clarification may be necessary, but this is a very complex, complicated, and emotional topic, and any change that we were to make needs extensive stakeholder input. So we were not able to address that at this point in the process. We are required by our statutes to address that topic broadly. And we are the only division in DEQ that has a statutory requirement to address that topic. So we have been doing it for many years, and people want some clarity, and it's very complicated. So we'll have to have further discussions with everybody on that one. And then ongoing efforts of climate change. Again, we're certainly cognizant of that with the increasing storms. We would like to point out that, through all the last 25 years that I've been here and all the storms that we've had, we have never had one of our solid waste facilities shut down because of flooding or put out of business. We've had lots of them have to shut down because you couldn't get to them. The roads were all flooded, but the landfill was fine, or the transfer station was fine. We have pretty good location restrictions, we feel, and didn't need to go any further at this point in time, particularly since this is such a rapidly evolving and changing topic. We did receive written comments from several of our stakeholders, including NWRA, which is the private waste companies, the water keepers, SCLC, the Southern Environmental Law Center. So all of the comment letters are in the hearing officer's report, as well as the division's responses to everything. Those of you who've had a chance to look at it can see it's quite detailed. Where we did make changes, we were sure to highlight them in the table so that you can see the rule text that was changed. Most of the changes we made were clarifying, or maybe we made a correction, or we had to make something specifically technical. And again, we got a lot of questions on what did you mean by that, or how are you going to implement this, or that type of thing. So that was the basis of the comments. After we did have the comment, we made the following changes broadly so that you can be familiar with them. We revised some definitions for clarification, or we pointed to, people were saying, where's this definition? And so we pointed to other statutes or wherever, and removed some unnecessary definitions that we realized we defined and then weren't used anywhere. Rule 101 excludes section 1500. 1500 is a section that talks about tax certification, and that is not under the EMC rulemaking authority. That's under the department's authority. So we excluded that, and that's going on a separate track through the department. We removed the definition for seasonal high groundwater table to avoid confusion outside of the landfill rules, and we implemented it where it needed to be in the appropriate landfill rule. And we made clarifications for references to professionals, engineers, soil scientists, land surveyors, to make sure that we covered that appropriately as required by both y'all and the Rules Review Commission. In Rules 301 and 401, we clarified the applicability of the revised rules, and then we implemented the transition period for facilities to address anything that they need to update, and a process for what you do when you expand. We clarified leachate management options for transfer stations. While there is the potential to monitor for groundwater at a transfer station, we clarified that it's not required. However, if you have a major release or something's going on, like a big old giant crack in your floor, and it's been there for a while, we might need to go look to see if there's been an impact to the environment. So that was a clarification, and then we removed a prohibition on accepting banned waste, just because it's in the statute, and how do you enforce it? So we clarified that. Rule 503 clarified the requirements for thicknesses of liners at certain landfills that are consistent with a statutory reference. We clarified how industrial landfills demonstrate and document compliance with separation to groundwater, and made it more consistent for industrial landfills like for our C&D and MSW. In 562, that's the beneficial fill. We clarified that you didn't need a solid waste permit, but and that was involved for activities involving only uncontaminated soil, because it's not a solid waste. This is a ongoing topic as construction and stuff moves and soil moves around, and some cross definitions of words amongst various statutes and rules. And then we removed a reference to an EPA water quality table to avoid confusion. They were attempting to establish a statewide surface water standard and have the rule only reference 2B. So as you can see, proposed rulemaking schedule, we're down here in the red. We hope to ask you all for approval and have that granted. If so, we'll go to the Rules Review Committee in December, and the proposed effective date is January 1st, 2021. So with that, Chairman Myberg, the division requests that the EMC adopt rule revisions and approve the fiscal notes and hearing officer's report for 15A NCAC 13B solid waste management, sections .0100 through .0600, except for .0531 to .0547, and repeal rules .0204, .0501, .0502, .0701 to .0706, and .1301.
Well, Ed, thank you very much for that very thorough presentation, and I particularly want to commend you for being so clear and pointing out things that you actually changed in response to public comment, because that is what public comment is for, and clearly you were able to be responsive to that. And I'm going to turn to Commissioner Keene in just a moment to ask if he has a recommendation or wishes to make a motion. But before I do that, are there any questions for Ed? Oh, okay. Commissioner Arata and Commissioner Bailey both have your hands up. So Commissioner Arata, why don't you go first?
Yeah, just one quick follow-up to the comments on environmental justice. I was wondering if the division has any internal guidance it might use to guide its decisions and how to implement its statutory authority. That might provide a nice basis for further stakeholder discussions.
Yeah, that's a good question, Commissioner Arata. And the answer to that question is yes, and it's under development and it's under review by the department. And we did have a follow-up call specifically with those groups that asked about that and explained to them what we have been doing, what we are doing, and we have shared with them our internal guidance. So the groups that were concerned about it, we have met and talked with, and they seemed relatively happy. So that part is coming out, and it's under review, and we are implementing it.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bailey. Hi, Commissioner Bailey. I think you're still on mute.
Oh, you missed the most important part.
Sorry.
Thank you. Anyway, so I just wanted to commend the division for responding to the North Carolina Disaster Recovery Task Force. It's going to be more of a streamlined process now for collecting waste after all the natural disasters that we've had. So that's an important piece of this rulemaking. And it was also quite a feat to go through all these sections of the solid waste management rules. And I also want to emphasize the environmental justice comment part of this. That was the first comment in the hearing officer's report. And there is, the secretary does have an environmental justice and equity board, and that has a website. And on that website, environmental justice impact reports have been completed for a few sites. So there is, and apparently the division has put together those impact statements. And so what I'd like to see is some kind of progress that you can come back to my committee on about meetings and developing some language, because after all, General Statutes 138 requires this to be a part of the permit application process. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Vandervaart?
Yeah, on the environmental justice, I'm a little confused. Ed, you said during the presentation, or I thought I understood the presentation, that that's still a work in progress. There's going to be more discussion, but in your response to Commissioner Arata, you said that you were actually implementing something. Did I misunderstand one of those?
No, Commissioner Vandervaart, you didn't. What we were asked by the groups during the public comment process were specific rules addressing environmental justice and how to go about doing it. And, the concept of making a rule, and one of the things that we tried to explain to the people asking about it, rules are meant for the agency to say yes. They're meant to say, if you do A, B, and C, you will get a permit. Okay. Environmental justice is more akin to an environmental impact statement. It's a document for discussion of the topic. It's a document for the discussion of the affected community. It's a document where people can talk about the pluses and minuses and decide what's best for the community. So meshing that piece that goes with the rule versus the piece that goes with the policy discussion is very, very difficult, as you're familiar with. So the department is working on giving all of the divisions guidance on how to do that. In the meantime, solid waste, I've been dealing with environmental justice since the early 90s. It is not a topic that's unfamiliar to solid waste. And so we have some processes in terms of there are very specific databases and GIS layers and things that you can look at that EPA and the department have put together, so you can begin to see what do your communities look like, and then that gives you a piece of information. Who do I have to go talk to, and what do I have to go talk to them about? And so it's a learning process, and we've had some processes as we go through these and do one, and we do A, B, and C, and if everybody likes it, then we do it again. If somebody says, why didn't you do this? Then we reevaluate. So I know you understand how that process works. So that's our conundrum. Putting something in rule, how do we do that in context with what the real purpose of the subject is? It's very, very important, and we have to evaluate it, but it's, we're going to have to think about it long and hard. Because if it was easy to do, it would have been done, and I'm not aware of anybody in the country that has rules addressing that topic.
Right, and you bring up a good point. Your division is somewhat unique in the fact that you do have some federal language about civil rights in your federal requirements. I'm not saying that's the same thing as environmental justice necessarily, but you have that statutory authority, and I agree. It's going to be difficult, but I'm very interested to understand where you all are on that as you move forward. So, but thanks. That was very helpful.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Other questions?
Mr. Chairman, Gillespie.
Yes, Mr. Commissioner Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 2 questions for Ed, and Ed, you do a really good job. 2 things you'd said just sort of made me ask the question. And the one question is about when you was talking way back in your slides about the transfer stations, you mentioned that one of the rules you grandfathered in. So, or one of the activities was grandfathered in. So do you remember what that activity is that was grandfathered in?
Yes, sir. What we did within that rule, maybe grandfathering was not the right word, was to say that existing transfer stations did not have to meet some of the new sections. For instance, we put in some buffers and some zoning requirements that didn't exist 25 years ago, and people were concerned that we would hold them to something that they had no control over. And so we made it very clear that they did not. We also have a process within that rule for a self-evaluation by a transfer station. So somebody can go in and say, hey, I think I'm not meeting this, or I need to fix my floor, or there's a hole in the roof. And they can do that, but they got 3 or 4 years to do that before everything finally kicks in. So it was twofold. It was saying everybody that has a permit today stays, and nothing new applies till either after you look at it or you go to some sort of expansion. In certain cases, if you were to double the size of your facility or, go build a new one on the back 40, then you would kick in different parts of the rules as opposed to staying in the footprint you are currently in.
Right. Okay, that's good. And then the other question, Mr. Chairman, for Ed is on Rule .0562, talking about beneficial field there, and you talked about a time limit for those long-term field projects that didn't start out as a field project, but it just became a long, and I'm fully aware of those. I did one myself that took me about 3 years to fill it up. And it's in the city limits, and since then I've had a business on it for 31 years. So I was curious about what kind of time limit you put on that.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gillespie, I don't know the answer to that question off the top of my head. I do know that there are provisions within it that, were you to have a large site that you could tell us that you were doing this and apply for extensions, and as long as we were seeing progress and moving along towards an endpoint, you could continue doing your activity.
Okay. I've done one of them.
Right.
Like
Well,
it takes 3 years, and you set a time limit. If you put a year time limit on it, I was going to be concerned. And on this issue here, nobody is going to speak up for the average person that's out here working and doing this. You know, they're going to be left out. Everybody else is going to have an advocate for them or something, but the average person knows no clue about what's going on with rulemaking today and changing these rules. And so nobody's to speak up for these people. And just luckily, I've done one, and I had long-term intentions. And it's, like I said, I've been there 30-some years now. But anyway, so I think if you had a 1-year term limit on it, it's probably damaging to developers.
well,
Could I interject?
And again, go ahead, Jason.
So, Commissioner Gillespie, just for clarification, the way we have revised the rule, and we had this very discussion with the folks at the Farm Bureau as it relates to agricultural activities as well. And the clarification we made in the rule, we feel like it actually takes into account what the average Joe on the street is doing, in that we tried to clarify where a time frame would apply and where it wouldn't. And so by virtue in clarifying the rule to, as Ed pointed out in one of his slides, to address the issue of if you're only using uncontaminated soil for your fill project, then you're not subject to the rule at all. And so we made some clarifiers to the rule that basically say, as long as you're only using one, soil material as your fill, you would not be in any way subject to any time frames or any rule requirements. And so that's actually a relaxation of rules that will actually make construction and agricultural activities easier and more suitable for those activities. But where you're actually using other waste materials, we're looking at the requirement to have a time frame so that we don't continue to have some compliance and other problems we're having across the state, where we've had to, at the behest of local governments, become involved and take compliance action to fix things. So we're kind of looking at it, twofold. And also, to continue to note, there's also still allowances in the statute for some levels of fill, outside of that beneficial fill rule as well. So again, we wholly understand what you're saying. We think through public comment and through our own experience, we realized that rule was not helpful. In some cases, it's actually a hindrance to business. And so we tried to fix some of those things in our clarifying statement. And I think, like I said, in our discussions with the agriculture community, really feel like we have a rule that's much better suited now than the one we've been working off of for the past 27 years.
And that is a very good clarification, answering my question there. And that's exactly what I'd done. I'd actually used clean fill. And so I'm in full support of it then. So that helps me tremendously. And there should be a time limit on the other and not on the clean fill. So I'm perfectly fine now. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair Myberg, I had one other thing I wanted to add to the conversation. You're on mute, but it's Commissioner Manis. Great. Mr. Messler, thank you so much for the presentation. I just wanted to go back to the really helpful conversation about the environmental justice provisions. So it's my understanding that, the 2007 Solid Waste Management Act prohibits citing landfills in places where there are disparate or adverse impacts. So I have a bit of a concern that we're overcomplicating something that has already been on the books for over a decade and that you say you're already implementing. So, in my perspective, rules around this just provide regulatory certainty for the regulated parties. And so I just wanted to support Commissioner Bailey's suggestion that we come back with some clear next steps on this.
Thank you, and we will.
Thank you, Commissioner Manis. I appreciate that. And I concur with that sentiment. Commissioner Keen, do you have any further comments or wish to make a motion?
A few comments of the hearing officer's report, and then I'll make a motion. First of all, thanks for all that Jessica and Ed and the staff have done to dig into this rulemaking process, and the report that they've given today before you. It was in depth. We had several interested parties, and it's gone over those. There were many calls back and forth with staff from me to clarify and to make sure there was no stone left unturned. And we got down into the environmental justice piece, and being that my question during this process was, is there a hindrance from resources on FEMA's part to the local municipalities that need this the worst during times of when they're struggling with debris, with trying to manage the waste, the solid waste during floods and when it's stacked up, and what do you do with it, and what the local municipalities and small towns, do they know the rule? Do they have those that are at work in the counties that understand the rules, or are they breaking the rules, or are they in compliance or not in compliance with anything other than to hold their resources back to get rid of the debris? So that was brought up in our last discussion, myself and staff, and of course that was added in at the end at 208 rule and in the red part of my report. I think it's page 13 of the second piece. When we dove in, Mr. Chairman, and committee commissioners or commissioners and the committee members, that I just think that the staff and the public hearings, I think all the questions were answered. And with that, the Farm Bureau piece, they're satisfied with what the department is doing moving forward. They support this. That's in the report. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to concur with Ed's report and the division's request that the EMC do adopt the rule revisions and approve the fiscal note. And I'll make this in part of a motion, as a motion, that the EMC adopt rule revisions and approve the fiscal notes in hearing officer's report 15A NCAC 13B, solid waste management sections .0100 through .0600, except .0531 through .0547, and repeal rules 0204, 501, 502, 701 through .0706 and .1301. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Keen. Do we have a second?
Yes, I will second that motion. This is Commissioner Bailey.
Thank you very much, and thank you for giving your name so that when they go back to do the transcript on this, they'll have a good record. Okay, so we have a motion moved and seconded. Any further discussion? If not, I'll move ahead to call the roll. Commissioner Anderson?
Aye.
Commissioner Arata? I'm sorry, Commissioner Arata, I didn't hear that.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Bailey?
Aye.
Commissioner Carter?
Aye.
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Deerhake?
Aye.
Commissioner Gillespie?
Aye.
Commissioner Harris?
Aye.
Commissioner Keen?
Aye.
Commissioner Lazorick?
Aye.
Commissioner McAdams?
Aye.
Commissioner Modest?
Aye.
Commissioner Solomon?
Aye.
Commissioner Vandervaart?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Ed. Congratulations to, thank you very much, Steve, for serving as the hearing officer on this. And thank you, Commissioner Bailey, for the work that your committee did to get this thing forward. Just so members of the commission will know kind of where I'm heading, I want to proceed through the next two items, and then we'll take about a 15-minute break, if that's okay. And the next item we have is a request for the approval of the hearing officer's report, the regulatory impact analysis, and adoption of rule revisions to 15A NCAC 021 or 02I and 02J. And this is on procedures for the commission itself. And I call General Counsel Bill Lane, who's going to do a presentation on this, and Commissioner Arata was the hearing officer. So after that, I'll be turning to her for a motion also. So, Bill, fire away.
Very good. Thank you so much, Chairman Myberg, and good morning to all members of the commission. This is we're bringing back to the commission rules that have gone out for public comment and asking your approval. 15A NCAC 02I and 02J. These rules, these subchapters, first with hearings, then also with civil penalties. I'll go into a little more detail in just a moment. But before that, I just wanted to summarize the status of the rulemaking. These proposed rules came to the steering committee of the EMC back in March, it was earlier this year. Then later were heard by the full commission in May, and we were given approval to go out for public comment. We decided to take these out for public comment from mid-July to mid-September, and we are now back before you with the hearing officer report, the regulatory impact analyses, and the request to adopt the rules. Our goal is to, subject to the approval of the commission, is to take these to the Rules Review Commission next month and have them approved there with an effective date of January 1st, and that will allow us to meet our readoption date of January 31st of 2021. I do want to recognize and thank a couple of people in addition to Commissioner Arata, and they are Jennifer Everett, our rulemaking coordinator, helped us navigate through this process of readoption, and also Julie Ventalora, who prepared the regulatory impact analyses for these rules. Just in summary, many of you may remember this, but subchapter 2I is a sort of a hodgepodge of rules under the heading of hearings, mostly administrative and procedural rules. They deal with rulemaking hearings and other things like that, and then also more specifically deal with how the commission hears or reviews petitions for rulemaking and petition for declaratory rulings. When we developed those rules back earlier this year, we attempted to kind of streamline provisions and remove obsolete text. Some of these provisions date back several decades, particularly with regard to hearings. And then with regard to petitions for rulemaking and declaratory rulings, we tried to update the rules to make them conform to recent statutory changes and also input from commission members based on personal experience. Subchapter 2J deals with the topic of civil penalties and related topics of assessment, remission, litigation, and so forth. These rules were proposed for repeal because, again, they are somewhat outdated, but also because the general statutes have been updated in each of these areas and provide all the necessary detail needed for the DEQ's divisions to act and follow the law. So we found that there was basically almost complete overlap and duplication between the general statutes and the rules, and so those are recommended for repeal. And here's a brief summary of the public comment period. Again, we were authorized to take it out for public comment back at the May EMC meeting. The proposed changes to the rules for readoption were published in the North Carolina Register on July 15th. We also posted them on the DEQ rules webpage. Because these rules are cross-cutting across many DEQ divisions, and that's really the reason why I'm here and you're not hearing from the division director or staff, we asked those divisions if we could kind of piggyback on their existing email distribution lists and send it out, and they obliged us by doing that. That was, I think, a specific request of one of the commissioners back in May. I believe it was Commissioner Keene. So we tried to get the broadest view of these proposed rules as we could. We did state, not knowing whether there'd be significant public interest or not, that we would not have a public hearing unless it was specifically held, and so specifically requested by a member of the public that is permissible under the APA, and that turned out to be the case here. No one actually requested a public hearing, and a public hearing wasn't held. We did receive comments, and the public comment period ended in the middle of September. So I'd like to just briefly summarize the comments that we did receive. There's further detail on all of these in the hearing officer's report, which has been presented to all the commissioners. First of all, the first comment we received was from Mr. Newland. He really asked, he presented his comments more in the form of questions. We tried to sort of treat them as comments and address them in the hearing officer's report in a way. He first asked why the term regulation, or the word regulation, had been replaced with the word rule. The short answer to that is these rules are synonymous. We're not trying to change the substantive meaning of this rule. It was really to use the same term rule throughout the subchapter, and really in some ways make it conform to the terminology that's used in the North Carolina APA, which talks about rulemaking, defines the term rule. We just try to make it consistent with that, and really we had no broader agenda than that. Secondly, he asked why a certain provision, which is 2I0203C, was removed. The text of that provision is for you on the slide. Again, two short answers for that. One is that section, that provision refers to a provision in the general statutes that was repealed back in 1991, so that's not even in existence anymore. His concern, I think, was where's the accountability for the commission after a rulemaking hearing is held? And so we offer in the hearing officer report that there's plenty of review and oversight of EMC rulemaking, first by the public, second by the Rules Review Commission, and then under certain circumstances by the legislature. So we think that that issue is addressed and not an ongoing concern. The second comment letter we received specifically focused on the petition, on areas related to petitions for rulemaking, and in particular, really the gateway process for a petitioner to bring something forward to the commission as a whole. These comments were from Mr. Reich Longest, who has in fact presented a petition for rulemaking, or more than one in the past. He first identified a concern with 2I0501B, a provision that allows or provides that division directors review the contents of a petition for rulemaking to make sure that they contain or address the necessary items spelled out in the commission's rules. Mr. Longest characterized that as an improper transfer of authority from the commission to DEQ. And I believe in the hearing officer's report, that's our response is spelled out a little more thoroughly. But in short, we don't think that, given the expertise and deep knowledge of existing commission rules that the division directors have, that they're providing assistance to the commission is a problem, is a legal issue, and certainly it's not a decision by the division directors on the merits of the actual petition. And then secondly, Mr. Longest commented on, again, in 2I0501, what he perceived as that sort of an unnecessary burden placed by the commission's rules on petitioners in presenting a rulemaking petition, and really try to make his point by comparing the brevity of other Commission's rules with those of the EMC. Again, in summary, our response to that was in the hearing officer's report that the EMC has a statutory obligation to develop its own its own procedures for addressing petitions for rulemaking, and then to codify those procedures. And that all of that is, we believe, discretionary under the statute, and just as it is discretionary for all the other commissions that may have longer or shorter versions in their rules. And so that level of detail is really up to the commission to decide. It's not spelled out in any great detail what should be in the rules and not in the rules under the APA. So with those two comments in mind, I'd like to just summarize the changes recommended in the hearing officer's report. First of all, there's a non-substantive grammatical change in 2I01. Yeah, 2I0101, which is the what we have here is, all right, just changing the improper grammar of 3 words. That's hard to see when you try to strike out the S's, but if you look at closely, you can see that in the word sets, delineates, and references, in those 3 verbs, the grammar was incorrect just because the operative, this takes me back to 4th grade construction of sentences, but those verb tenses just need to be changed by dropping the S. There's no substantive change in that section. Secondly, related to section 02I 0501C, again, this deals with the issue of rulemaking, or petitions for rulemaking, and how the commission reviews those, and also each petitioner is expected to provide. We found in looking at that there are some arcane language that deals not only with the issue of cost, but also cost factors, and found and thought it better to stick to the simple term costs, and then also to allow for a more expansive review by the commission, if desired, to deal with the issue not only of cost but of benefits. So this first change here deals, you can see, replaces the term cost factors with the term benefits. This is related to the commission's procedure for review of a petition for rulemaking, and then further in that same rule, in that same rule, it talks about what a petitioner may provide in submitting a petition for rulemaking. And again, we have substituted the word factors with the word benefits. I will mention that in the language that you have in front of you here, this change coincides with a change shown in the detailed textual recommendations from Mr. Longus. It partially coincides with his changes. He recommend a lot of other changes that were not adopted, and including the one in the slide just before this, but he did recommend these. So that is the extent of what's in the hearing officer's report. Again, coming back to the schedule, we are seeking your approval today so that we can take this rule set to the RC next month and get it approved there, subject to their approval, and then have it, the readoption process fully complete by the readoption day of January 31st. So in summary, we are asking for the Commission's approval of the hearing officer's report, the regulatory impact analyses, and readoption of the rules in subchapters 2I and 2J as proposed in the public notice and then in accordance with the hearing officer's recommended changes. I'm happy to answer any questions, Chairman.
Thank you. I see Commissioner Solomon looked like you raised your hand already, so why don't we go ahead and start with you?
Yeah, Mr. Lane, question on 2I-101, purpose of the subchapter of the EMC rules. Remind me, and I know it was the public hearing this way, but remind me again what hearings conducted by the division that are not codified. What does that mean? What are we giving up there as the EMC?
The purpose of using that language is that many of the divisions have developed their own over time. Since, if you'll note, this rule 2I-0101 dates back to 1978. And so since that rule was first adopted, the divisions subject to implement and administer the EMC programs have developed their own rules for public hearings and such, and when they are, how they are conducted and those. And so we thought it would be appropriate not to, that this rule has been in some ways superseded. And if we try to fix this rule, we would actually in some way step into or step on the more recent hearing procedures that are spelled out in more detail and by the individual divisions. And so what we are saying is we are not trying, this rule is not meant to supersede other more specific, division-specific rules that have been developed for hearings. But in those cases where they have not been developed by the division, this rule would take precedence. I would add also that it has not changed at all. Section 0200, which deals with rulemaking hearings, those rules are still in effect.
I want to make sure that the EMC is not inadvertently given up its right to put a hearing officer on a public hearing by this language.
Sure. So
can you make me feel better about that, about how our powers will or will not change to I look at rules review and readoption, certainly something that should come through us, right? We would have the approval of giving the hearing officer still for those kind of hearings, like rules review and readoption.
Yes, I think, to be honest, Mr. Solomon, that 2I-0101, in my view, really would address things that fall out of rulemaking, hearings that fall out of the rulemaking process, things like permits, for example. And those are the rules that the divisions have developed over time. And so what we did not want to do is create an unintentional conflict between this rule and rules that the divisions had developed for their, primarily for permitting processes. But in terms of rulemaking, that's covered in 0200 still, and that's the domain of the commission. And so we have not tried to disrupt that at all.
Okay, and that's my concern. I know yours is about, because you represent the department, you're worried about the department's rules. But for me, we are a mix of legislative and administrative branch here. And one of our key things that we do is to be visible and accessible to the public when we make rules. And I don't want any way that we lose our ability to have our hearing officers there, our EMC hearing officers there that represent that joint effort to meet with the public. I know we've given some of those things up in the past, as you say, like on certain types of permits and certain types of things. But I just asking the question as I saw your comment about the one letter or word here that had to be revised. It made me think about this language that had been added before it went to public comment to make sure that we are not giving up anything as an EMC. And I guess I'd ask Councilor Reynolds. I know you're counselor for the department, but Councilor Reynolds, do you see anything that we're giving up as an EMC with this language?
I don't. I think the EMC will continue to have and does have the authority to designate hearing officers over its rules, and I don't see that as an advocation to the department with the changes that Mr. Lane's proposed. When I read it, I read it the same way. It's essentially if these rules don't apply or contradict, then the rules of the division for conducting permit hearings would be how those things how those things are run, but it doesn't prevent the commission from exercising its authority to appoint a hearing officer.
Yeah.
Or
Mr.
give up any authority.
Okay. Thank you. And that was just a clarification. Mr. Chairman, I got one other comment, but I don't want to hog the time if you want me to.
Well, Commissioner Vandervaart looks like he has a question, so why don't we go to his and then come back to you?
Okay.
Thanks very much. Bill, it's sometimes adding just a word here and word there, and pretty soon you've got a big mess on your hands. You're adding benefits on this. If you go back one slide or something, I don't know if you want to fool with that, but there you go. There you go.
Yeah, it's covered in 2 slides. Sorry.
Right. And who can be against, weighing the costs with the benefits? At the federal level, we euphemistically call that benefits cost now analysis. That's the new parlance if you want to get up to speed. The idea being rules are always benefits first, right? But the issue here is at the federal level, we've been just handling this at the EPA and SAP, and it is a mess trying to figure out how to get those benefits corralled. Was there any kind of discussion, or was this just the sort of the warm fuzzy that, hey, yeah, we need to we always have to weigh costs and benefits? I get that, but when you put it in words, I just wondered, was there any kind of thinking about how attenuated those are, secondary, primary?
Before Commissioner Lane before Council Lane responds to that, I'd like to say a word on that, maybe with a little bit different point of view, and that is that I thought this was one of the best additions, even if it is aspirational in some of its aspects, because it is with so many rules that this commission is involved, the costs are immediate and specific, and the benefits are somewhat more generalized and long term. And I think it does a disservice to the public to sort of have only the focus on the costs and not a recognition of the benefits, even if they can't be quantified. And I know Commissioner Vandervaart knows this. Even if the benefits cannot be as precisely quantified, or you don't really know all the issues about ecological services and things like that. So I actually felt this was a very constructive addition myself.
Well, I wasn't, whoa. I was not getting all upset about adding the benefits.
Very good.
All I'm saying is it's a very tough situation, and let me tell you, costs are not equal or are not easy either. So I guess I just wanted to. You also say costs and benefits of the proposed rule, and in the next slide, I think you say the costs and benefits for persons affected by the proposed rule. And again, I'm not sure I understand, is that just the ones who are actually subject to the rule, or is it the general public who will be affected? They're not subject to the rule per se, but they are affected. Either they're, on the cost side, their energy costs go up. On the benefit side, perhaps their water quality improves, but they are not, strictly speaking, persons affected. I mean, that has a certain meaning in for example, the Administrative Procedures Act. Now, hold on, Commissioner. Let Bill have a shot at this before you cut in. But I'm just trying to figure out, you added this. I just want to know what y'all's thinking was. That's all.
Thank you. Go ahead, Bill.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Vandervaart. Let me say 2 things about this. First of all, the revisions that the revised language that you see in front of you now only applies at the gateway process of petitions for rulemaking. It doesn't apply if that petition is approved and that rule goes through the process. This rule doesn't speak to what happens at the end of that process. The Administrative Procedure Act speaks to that. For any other permanent or temporary rule going through the EMC is not impacted by this revised language. I just wanted to clarify that the scope of this rule is very limited. It only applies at the gateway.
Right.
The number two.
I mean, let's just look at the one that's been beating at our door for the last number of years, which is the nothing less than rulemaking in North Carolina for GHG emissions. That's a huge issue when you get into costs and benefits, and we're prepared to tackle it. People have gone there before. I'm just wanting to get when you all added that, what was your thinking with the persons affected and the benefits? Granted the narrow application that you just.
Right. So I don't think are trying to identify the specific criteria, how that would be done. That would be done on a case-by-case basis. I'll also note that I may back up to the previous slide. If you read the last sentence, the petitioner says may include the following information. It's not required, but it opens the door for what petitioners are already doing, and it just says how that can be done. And therefore, if it is presented, again, this is a list of what the petitioner may, but is not obligated to present. If the petitioner chooses to present that, then it allows, again, if I may go backwards, it allows the commission to consider that. That's really the symmetry that we were trying to provide, is that if the petitioner is allowed to present it, the commission has the ability to consider it. That's really what we were trying to do. And in some ways, yes, it has happened before. So in a lot of the thrust of all these changes on all these rules is to bring them up to where we are today and not leave them as they have been in the past. And you can see that by the use of the term cost factor. That's, again, this language is somewhat arcane and inaccurate. So that's how we did it.
I saw Commissioner Solomon. I have Commissioner Solomon, Commissioner Modest, and Commissioner Deerhake, all three sort of lined up for comments. So Commissioner Solomon, why don't you would put your hand up first, so go ahead.
Yep, and this was my second one, and I want to just clarify, because when you kind of cut off or added something there on the earlier comment, I think this, from my perspective, is the worst edition that I have seen in a long time on the EMC, because the inconsistency with our charge and the massive amount of unintended consequences this has. And I will be specific. One, our charge for rulemaking in our legislation is that these things must be cost neutral on our public. And so we are not charged to look at benefits in our rulemaking. We are charged specifically to look at the cost. And I can go back and look at that we've talked about many times before in rulemaking. The second thing I will say, to follow on with Commissioner Vandervaart's comments, I can tell you that one of the longest thing on climate change was one of the worst, most incoherent pieces of work I've ever seen, in the sense of what is it relevant to North Carolina. And so what we had benefits cited from all over the planet, Paris Climate Change Accord, Iceland, everything else, but very few benefits associated directly with North Carolina. And so to add this into the petition opens the door for people to use a universe of things. I think in Commissioner Vandervaart's support of his position is we're just opening a palette here with no guidance to what kind of benefits they should be. The flip side of that is the cost in the climate change proposals was the worst I've ever seen, because there were things proposed in there and costs not accounted for that were radical changes in North Carolina law, which had deep costs that were not put in the initial petition. And as the person that had to view that petition, even though it's an entry bar, it was a significant thought process. I allowed a very low bar, but this creates a higher bar with both cost and benefits, a confusing bar. And quite frankly, petitioners are turned off a little bit by the fact they have to estimate the costs with some degree of accuracy. It's part of the criteria. And they got even more costs to do the benefits now, and effort to do the benefits accurately. So I can cite the climate change request, the second one, the one that I heard as chairman, as case in point that this is horrible language on benefits and really is not consistent with the charge of rulemaking for the EMC. So I'll stop there and be quiet and let others go.
Council Reynolds, you look like you had a clarifying thing, and I want to go to Commissioner Modest and Commissioner Deerhake.
I did. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to be clear that this language doesn't dictate that the benefits in all cases must outweigh or how that's weighed into the decision. It's just part of what the commission considers, and it's something that the petitioners are allowed to bring forward. And so the commission considers costs and benefits. And to be clear, in 150B-19.1, which, as Mr. Lane says, speaks more to the end of the process, or at least the middle of the process in publishing rules, agencies are required to quantify both the costs and the benefits to all parties affected by the rule. So it's consistent with the principles of rulemaking already, which, as we know, are still applicable to proposed rules that come through the petition for rulemaking process. So I don't read this language to say that the benefits must control the outcome, just that is part of the weighing of it. And I believe, Commissioner Solomon, you did in fact weigh the benefits, or at least the information about the cost, information about the benefits just now in your remarks, because you said there were benefits to other places, but not necessarily North Carolina, or that it didn't provide enough cost. So I think you in your remarks, you did the type of analysis that would be contemplated here that says, these are the things that you consider at the beginning to see if you want to grant the petition to move forward. If, in fact, you think that the costs outweigh the benefit, or that the benefits and your view or the commission's view aren't sufficient, that the commission's at its leisure to do that as part of the consideration. But it doesn't, I don't read this to mandate that benefits are determinative of the outcome, just that it's part of the consideration. And that, again, is consistent with the rules of the principles of rulemaking.
And Commissioner Reynolds, Commissioner Reynolds asked me to respond to his rebuttal of my debate of his argument. So, Commissioner Reynolds, what I would say to that is that climate change petition was chock full of benefits of the universe and a bunch of sappy stuff that really had no bearing on the request for rulemaking. And it confused the issue. It adds a lot of fluff to the issue with no further guidance on benefits. And the costs were extremely poorly done. So if I referenced it, it was because that specific petition was just garbage in terms of the benefits that shouldn't even have been relevant to a lot of the things that we were even considering in the debate.
Well,
this is opening Mr. Chairman, excuse me. This is opening the door.
Commissioner, I just want to make sure we're not relitigating. We're not relitigating the previous petition. We're dealing with this set of rules.
And I'm being specific and not hypothetical. So I have a specific set of rules that we dealt with before with a comment from the applicant from those rules. So I'm trying to be specific and not hypothetical. And I'm just telling you that you intervene unrestricted benefits, you're going to confuse the issue of getting in the gate, not make it more clear. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Commissioner Modest.
Yeah, I have a question for Mr. Lane. So just remind me of the process. So we would get this petition for rulemaking, and then if we grant it, it would move forward, and the department would still have to do a fiscal note, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So in my view, this is just getting more information from the petitioner about the costs and the benefits, which seems even-handed and fair, which then the department can choose to use or not use, depending on whether they think they're valid for the fiscal note process. So in my view, this just supports getting good information throughout the process on potential costs and benefits that then can help inform the fiscal note process.
Commissioner Deerhake and then Commissioner Vandervaart.
Thank you. Council Reynolds addressed exactly what I was going to say, and that is, if to be consistent with rulemaking, traditional rules are considered part of the criteria, and it is specified in the OSBM guidelines as well. And I think this is fully consistent with what our charge should be. Thank you.
Commissioner Vandervaart?
Yeah, I mean, just for clarification, there's no prohibition in a petitioner adding the benefits. In fact, they did add the benefits in the most recent one. The only thing that's changing is that we shall consider the probable cost and benefits of the proposed rule in our decision-making process. My problem is, so there's no argument that the petitioner is currently prohibited from adding those benefits, and that's fine. I think that's fine. And also from a rule, this isn't rulemaking. The rulemaking comes later. And so, yeah, we have a fiscal responsibility to look at cost and benefits. That's not what this is. This is different. This is a different animal. This is the gateway to get to a rule without any statutory authority forcing us to do it from the legislature or from the federal government. And so it's pretty important. Now, look, I'm not opposed to benefits. My problem is that I have lived through this, and you cannot, when you say cost and benefits, it's a very, 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 very slippery term. And I guess I'm worried that you're going to get, like Commissioner Solomon says, you're going to see some benefits that accrue to perhaps the entire universe and costs that only accrue to North Carolinians or vice versa. Who knows? It's just a difficult term to implement. And I guess I just wanted a little more clarification, again, of the proposed rule and the impact in the next slide. It is the costs and benefits to the persons that are persons affected. That's a very nebulous term. Is that North Carolinians? Is that so is that just people who are actually going to have to pay money to reduce the, let's say, GHGs in the case of Commissioner Solomon's? This is just very, very difficult to implement. Now, I get we ought to listen to any petitioner in terms of the reason. Obviously, most people don't come in to petition for a rulemaking because they're seeking to increase costs. They've got a reason to believe that it's going to benefit folks. And so, we're going to hear that. This is going to make our lives very, very difficult. I'm not sure we should use them without a little bit more fleshing out. But that's my point.
Thank you, Commissioner Vanderwaart. I appreciate that. Are there any other, Commissioner Deerhake, did you have another comment?
Thank you. Just to follow up on the previous slide, it said that the commission shall consider. It does not say the commission shall apply benefits. So it is still the commission's discretion on how to or if to deal with the benefits that are presented in the petition. Thank you.
I think, given the discussion on this, that we're likely to have some differences of opinion. So I want to go ahead and call the question and go to Commissioner Arata and ask if you are interested, you or the hearing officer would like to make a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize, but I had my hand up.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Commissioner Keene. I didn't see that. Let's do that. Let's go to you first.
Yes, sir. Just a comment on, as a hearing officer and listening to petitioners for benefits versus cost. And then in some hearings, Mr. Chairman, and also over the bill, some of the hearings that I have been part of was the staff asked, when do you want to have a Q&A? Personally, I don't have Q&As at my hearing officer. I don't. I'm there to hear anyone who wants to speak in reference to the rule for benefits or cost. My question is, I guess, during this process, if in fact there is a Q&A and a staff member or there is an interpretation of a question being asked by one of those that could, the petitioner or someone who's either opposed or for, and a staff member interprets and gives an answer, or even the hearing officer gives an answer, then is this going to put us in line for a lawsuit or for a grievous part of moving forward through the gate or in the gateway through the process? Because at the hearing, there was an interpretation and of benefits versus cost, and then that becomes part of the hearing officer's report.
Bill, you want to speak to that?
Maybe that's a concern that I have as a hearing officer.
Thank you, Commissioner Keene. If I understand what you're saying, I don't think that this, by adding this terminology, that it would bring liability to the commission in any way. It's really just spelling out how the commission would weigh the various evidence in front of it in terms of whether to proceed forward with the petition for rulemaking. And really, this first slide should be read in tandem with the second part, that if the petitioner does not chooses to provide information that can be considered by the commission, and if it's not presented, then the commission, I guess, may, but it's not obligated to go out and get information on its own on costs and benefits. So it's really trying to just close the circle on what the petitioner may provide and what the commission may then consider.
Okay.
And I don't think that would cause a situation where the commission would be exposed to further liability under law. I think clarity is generally a desirable thing.
Understand. Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Keene. I'm sorry for not being spotty on the Hollywood squares there. Commissioner Arata, again, you were the hearing officer. I wonder if you would like to make a motion.
Yes, thank you. I move to approve the hearing officer's report and the regulatory impact analysis, and to readopt the rules in 15A NCAC 02I and 02J in accordance with recommended changes in the hearing officer's report.
Do I have a second?
This is David, and I second.
Thank you very much, David. Further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, for the essence of trying to get a unanimous vote here, I would like to stay consistent with what the rule is that went to the public and make a motion that we strike the word, an alternative motion that we strike the word benefits, and hold with what went to the public in this thing.
Okay, we have a motion to strike the word benefit, a motion to modify. I would like to ask the original motion, to which this would be an amendment, if they regard that as a friendly amendment.
I do not.
Okay. Do we have a second to Commissioner Solomon's motion?
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Vandervaart seconds. Okay, the sequence of this is I think we should vote on first on Commissioner's. Well, is there any further discussion? The sequence I think we should proceed on this is to vote on Commissioner Solomon's motion first, and then we'll vote on the full motion that we have on the floor. So we got two motions. One is an amendment to the original motion. So on Commissioner Solomon's motion to strike the words, and I assume it's just to revert to what went to public hearing without the words and benefits. I'm going to just call the roll if I could. So a vote yes in this case is to strike the words and benefits. A vote no is to leave the rule the way it is in the hearing officer's report. So if that's clear to everybody? Okay. Commissioner Anderson, vote on Commissioner Solomon's motion.
Yes, aye.
Okay. Commissioner Arata?
No.
Okay. Commissioner Bailey?
No.
Commissioner Carter?
Aye.
Commissioner Davis?
No.
Commissioner Deerhake?
No.
Commissioner Gillespie?
Yes.
Commissioner Harris?
Yes.
Commissioner Keene? Commissioner Keene? Commissioner Keene, sorry.
I've got it. Sorry. Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Lazoric?
No.
Commissioner McAdams?
Yes.
Commissioner Modest?
No.
Commissioner Solomon?
Yes.
And Commissioner Vandervaart?
Yes.
Okay, let me make sure I got the count right. I think we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 votes yes and 6 votes no, so the motion passes. So the effect of this will be to strike the words, let me make sure I get this right. But it would be to strike the, and Bill, you have to help me out here. I'm trying to remember where this occurred in the rule.
So based on the motion, we would just go back and replace benefits with, in 2.0501C, you would take out benefits as shown on the slide here and go back to the word cost factors in this provision, and then go similarly in the remainder of that rule, we would take out the underlined language and go back with the strike the language would be reinstated.
Okay. Give me just a second. I'm looking at the language.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question to Commissioner Solomon to make sure I understood what the intent of this motion was?
Yes. Yeah, please do.
Commissioner Solomon, were you intending to take it out of what the commission must consider, which is in 0501C, or were you need to take it out of what the petitioners may include in their petition?
I thought it was clear. It was striking it in the places, as Mr. Lane said, where it says benefits. Yes.
I just didn't have it. I didn't have it written down clearly, so I wanted to make sure I got it clear. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So that's been done. Now we have the motion on the table for the rule as with that amendment. I'm going to go through the roll again and call the roll if I could. And that has been moved and seconded. Commissioner Anderson on the rule as amended. Commissioner Anderson?
I thought that's what I would voted on. That's what I support, okay? That's what I support.
Oh, got it. Thank you. Okay, so the answer is yes on this is the second motion on the final rule. Just to be clear. Commissioner Arata?
Aye.
Commissioner Bailey?
Aye.
Commissioner Carter?
Aye.
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Deerhake?
No.
Commissioner Gillespie?
Aye.
Commissioner Harris?
Aye.
Commissioner Keene?
Aye.
Commissioner Lazoric?
Aye.
Commissioner McAdams?
Aye.
Commissioner Modest?
No.
Commissioner Solomon?
Aye.
And Commissioner Vandervaart?
Yes.
Okay, I have a vote of 12 yes and 2 no, so the motion passes. So the rules are adopted. We'll go forward to rules review. And Bill, thank you very much.
Thank you all.
I didn't.
Yes. We
Yes,
did not
please.
get a chance to discuss another comment that I had on the rule and that built upon my decision to vote no.
Oh, geez.
I just, for the record, I wanted to put it in the record, if you don't mind.
No, go ahead.
Thank you for honoring that. And it pertains to 0502A, where the word shall was changed to may in terms of the chairman's authority to take the petition directly to the EMC instead of going through committee. In the past, it's always gone to the committee. And this change I have expressed concern about previously, and I'd hoped there might be some comment or consideration about it during the hearing period, but there was none. I understand that sometimes there are time constraints that may lead the chairman to want to take it directly to the EMC, but there are other circumstances that should be weighed in that decision. And it's really important, I think, that the committee go through a rigorous technical review as it's charged to do. So that was another contributing factor to my no.
I appreciate that, and I will take that under pretty serious advisement, because I have a similar opinion that, as a general matter, that you would refer petitions to committees. But I felt it was useful to give the chair a little discretion about that, because not all circumstances are the same. That my hope would be that there will be a certain ratification of past practice in referring petitions to committees for consideration before they came to the full commission. But I felt like it was a useful administrative correction to provide some discretion there. So thank you for that. Thank you for that comment. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I didn't exactly succeed in my objective of getting through the next two, and we've been at this for 2 hours and 15 minutes. So let me propose we take a 15-minute break, and when we come back, we'll take up the question of 2031 on the proposed rule amendments and on the groundwater quality standard. But let's resume at 11:25. So with that, the meeting is temporarily adjourned to 11:25. Okay, it's 11:25. I could use some feedback from the group just on a technical matter. I got a very thoughtful note back from Mike Abrazinskis, who said that my mic is hot enough that you can actually hear me breathing, which I'm really not all that anxious to share with the rest of the universe. So I'll try and move it a little further away. Is that any better?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. And thanks to Mike and to anybody else for feedback. You can never, of course, hear yourself. So, and I'll try and also stay on mute as much as possible. Okay. I think we have, let's see. I see everybody's name there, but I don't see everybody's video. But I'm going to assume, for the sake of argument, that we have a quorum and can go ahead and proceed with the next action item, which is action item it's number 4 of the agenda, 20-31, which is to request approval of the proposed rule amendments, the regulatory impact analysis to proceed to public comment and hearing on 15A NCAC 02L.0202 groundwater quality standards. And I know that Bridget Shelton is going to give a presentation on this, but I just wanted to ask Commissioner Bailey if she had any particular comments to make sort of as a lead into this, because this is the culmination of a long process and a lot of work by Commissioner Bailey's committee. So, Commissioner Bailey?
I don't know that I have anything to add to that other than, yes, it was a long process. We've been working on this for over a year, and I'm pleased with the efforts of Commissioner Solomon and Commissioner Vandebart and working closely with me on this and staff to bring this to the full commission today. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Bridget, are you ready to take over the presentation?
Yes, hoping you can hear me.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, I'm just share my screen. Right. Right. So Chairman Myberg and members of the commission, I'm Bridget Shelton, the Groundwater Standards Coordinator with the Classifications and Standards Rules Review Branch in the Division of Water Resources. I'm here today to request approval of proposed rule amendments and the regulatory impact analysis to proceed to public comment and hearing on 15A NCAC 02L 0202 groundwater standards. An overview of our request today. The Division of Water approval from the EMC to proceed to public comment and hearing for proposed changes to the Groundwater Quality Standards Rule 15A NCAC 02L 0202. The division is also requesting approval from the EMC to proceed to public comment and hearing for the approved regulatory impact analysis. It was approved in August of 2019 by OSBM. The approved regulatory impact analysis that a net direct benefit to regulated entities in state government can be expected, and a zero net positive indirect benefit for well water consumers and the environment can be expected. So quick introduction, what are North Carolina groundwater quality standards? They are the maximum allowable concentrations of contaminants in groundwater tolerated without creating a threat to human health or which would otherwise render the groundwater unsuitable for its intended best use. The best usage of groundwater is defined in rule as an existing or potential source of drinking water for humans. These groundwater standards protect the groundwaters of the state as a resource for human consumption, and they are used and implemented in many different programs, assessments, health evaluations, which include health evaluations. The Division of Water Resources Groundwater Protection Section uses these standards to protect and preserve North Carolina's groundwater resources through its pollution prevention strategies, monitoring programs, permitting activities, and enforcement actions. Also, the Division of Waste Management regulates solid waste disposal, hazardous waste management, underground storage tanks, and Superfund cleanups, and also enforces these groundwater standards. Where groundwater quality has been degraded, the goal of any required corrective action is to restore the resource to the level of these groundwater standards or as closely as possible. I'm summarizing the table to the left here. So groundwater standards are not a federal program. They are done at the state level using the rule listed here. They protect the human adult population, and they target ingestion and household use. The endpoints used when establishing these standards include non-cancer endpoints, cancer endpoints, and aqueous taste and odor thresholds. So I do want to cover how groundwater standards are developed. So they are established by 15A NCAC 02L0202 as the lowest of the following 6 criteria or endpoints: a concentration protective of the non-cancer or systemic effects of the contaminant, a concentration which corresponds to an incremental lifetime cancer risk of 1 in a million, the taste threshold limit value, the odor threshold limit value, the national drinking water maximum contaminant level, or the national secondary drinking water standard. So the process for developing a groundwater standard for a substance begins by finding these values if they are available. The rule also defines how the systemic or non-cancer threshold concentration is calculated, shown here. So it's reference dose times body weight, defined at 70 kilograms, which is the adult body weight, times the relative source contribution, 0.1 for inorganics and 0.2 for organics. And then this is all divided by the water consumption rate. Again, it's defined at 2 liters per day, which is the adult water consumption rate. The relative source contribution here is the proportion of the total daily exposure to a chemical that comes from a drinking water source. So this allows for other exposure sources such as ingestion with diet and inhalation to be accounted for when we're calculating these health protective values for the groundwater standards. Subsection 0202E also lays out which references can be used when finding the endpoint or criteria values listed earlier. So the list of references in order of preference here is first the EPA IRIS system, so Integrated Risk Information System. Second is the EPA Drinking Water Health Advisories. Third is other EPA health risk assessment data. And last is other relevant published health risk assessment data and scientifically valid peer-reviewed published toxicological data. So now that we've gone through how a groundwater standard is calculated, the next topic is interim maximum allowable concentrations, or Imacs. So when a groundwater standard has not been established for a substance, any person may petition the Director of Division of Water Resources to establish an Imac. These are designed as temporary standards that are done at the director level to ensure that an accurate and health protective value can be established in a shorter timeline than it typically takes for the rulemaking process. Keep in mind, when there's no standard or IMAC for a substance, that substance is not allowed at levels above the PQL, or practical quantitation limit. The PQL means the lowest concentration of a given material that can be reliably achieved among laboratories during routine laboratory analysis. So it's essentially the lowest level of the substance that can be reliably and consistently measured in a lab. So it is a laboratory value. It is not a health-based calculated value. And PQL levels for particular substances can sometimes be quite stringent. So IMACs can often provide a relief for the regulated community. The rule lays out how a petitioner may request an IMAC, which includes the submission of relevant toxicity and epidemiological data and calculations. Staff then evaluates whether the data is appropriate for the development of an IMAC, and IMACs are calculated using the same process and references as groundwater standards, following the procedures outlined in 02L0202. Here's a comparison between IMACs and groundwater standards. IMACs are considered temporary, while groundwater standards are permanent, but they both have regulatory framework with 15A NCAC 02L0202, and they're both legally enforceable. They are both internally reviewed and go through a secondary review process with the Division of Public Health within DHHS and DEQ's Division of Waste Management. IMACs, however, do not go through public comment, public hearing, or a fiscal analysis, and they are approved and established by the Director of DWR. While groundwater standards do go through the rulemaking process, as they are approved and established by the EMC. We do, however, notify the public when an IMAC is established. It is published in the North Carolina Register and on the website. And from the implementation side, there should be no difference between the use of an IMAC value or a groundwater standard. They are calculated the same way, and they are both legally enforceable. As it states in 02L 0202 subsection G, both groundwater quality standards and interim maximum allowable concentrations, or Imacs, are to be reviewed on a triennial basis. This periodic review is done to make sure the values are up to date and that we have accounted for any new toxicological information that may have been published or updated since these standards and Imacs were last established. So this last review by DWR staff focused on the Imacs that we currently have. DWR considers any new and updated information in accordance with the rule. Consider if appropriate modifications are needed, and reports of the reviews are prepared and reviewed internally. These are then sent to toxicological staff at Division of Waste Management and DHHS for review and comment. And
Excuse me, I think someone needs to mute their phone. Sorry, Bridget.
Okay, no worries. All right. So these reports that we develop and have a secondary review with Waste Management and DHHS are then that's our last review. Sorry. So we are proposing amendments to 15A NCAC 02L 0202 as a result of this last periodic review of the Imacs. Wanted to quickly go over the attachments that we provided for this item. So first is the rule text with the proposed amendments, and any proposed additions or revisions are going to be in red. I will cover the proposed rule text revisions in more detail in a few slides. Next attachment is the rule impact analysis for all of the proposed groundwater standards. As I mentioned, this has been approved by OSBM. The third attachment here includes the bulk of information for this item. This attachment includes a summary table, a calculation worksheet, and summary documents for each compound, which include the data that staff evaluated, calculations performed, and an explanation of the proposed value for each compound in accordance with the rule. And the end of this document as well has historical information for the requested Imacs, so who requested them and when. And it also includes a table of groundwater regulations for surrounding states. The next attachment included is the statement provided by the Secretary of Science Advisory Board on DWR's proposed PFOA and PFOS groundwater standard. Again, I'll go over this further later in the presentation. Next, we provided a fact TRC, or Interstate Technology and Regulatory Council, that summarizes standards and guidance and advisory values for PFAS and groundwater established by the EPA, other states, as well as other countries. At the last Groundwater and Waste Management Committee, we were asked to provide PFOA and PFOS values from other states. This is one of the better resources we found. It was last updated this September. It summarizes these values and allows for comparisons. And finally, we provided a site information table, which has information from DWM and DWR sites that use the current Imacs for which we are proposing groundwater standards. Site locations and detection dates are provided for each compound when available. The proposed amendments to 15A NCAC 02L 0202 are summarized here. I will go over these proposed amendments in more detail in a few slides. DWR is recommending the incorporation of 44 existing Imacs into groundwater quality standards, some with revisions. We're also proposing the addition of a groundwater quality standard for 3 compounds which do not currently have established Imacs. We are recommending a few updates that will hopefully help with the use of the groundwater standards rule. And finally, we're recommending rule text revisions to add an Imac notification process and to clarify the triennial review process. Because these revisions included quite a bit of information, we grouped the proposed compounds together and presented them in more detail at 3 different Groundwater and Waste Management Committee meetings. This is so we could go over the proposed amendments and cover each compound individually and address any specific questions. I'm not going to go over each compound individually today. That might take a couple hours. So all of this is in the included attachments, but I wanted to show how the information that the committee reviewed was presented in groups. Part 1 was the metals that we were proposing for adoption as a standard. Part 2 was the proposed standards whose values are less than or equal to the PQL. And Part 3 was the rest of the proposed standards whose values are greater than the PQL. DWR is recommending the incorporation of 44 existing Imacs into groundwater quality standards. Revised values for the compounds that I'll go over in a little bit are recommended based on new data or recalculations and re-examinations of existing data. Otherwise, the values that we are recommending be incorporated into the rule do not change from the existing IMAC values. We're proposing the addition of a groundwater quality standard for 3 compounds, which do not currently have IMACs listed here. As the result of the review process, we do recommend establishing groundwater standard for these compounds. So as I mentioned, the majority of the IMACs that we are recommending be incorporated into the rule do not change from the existing IMAC values. We're just recommending that these values go through the rulemaking process so that the public has the opportunity to comment and so they can eventually be established in the O2L rule if approved. I did, however, want to quickly go over the compounds that we are recommending revisions to their current values before they're established in rule. So first we have acetochlor ESA and acetochlor OSA. These are degradates of acetochlor, which is a herbicide. So data published in the peer-reviewed paper, which was the basis for these IMACs, was due to both the lack of available chronic duration studies and overall database insufficiencies for these acetochlor degradates. An additional uncertainty is recommended by DWR, leading to a revised proposed value for the acetochlor ESA and OXA groundwater standards rules. For Allowable, the current IMAC value was based on US EPA's cancer slope factor. However, EPA has withdrawn this value based on their reevaluation and reclassification of Allowable carcinogenicity as a threshold effect. Since this cancer slope factor is no longer supported by EPA, a revised groundwater standard based on the federal drinking water MCL or maximum contaminant level is recommended for Allowable. Moving on to N-butanol, a more recent publication from 2008 was located, which reported a lower aqueous odor threshold than the previously reported study from 1973, which leads to a recommended revised value for the N-butanol groundwater standard. For 2,4-dinitritoluene, the current IMAC value is calculated based on the cancer slope factor derived by Cal EPA. However, EPA has calculated a cancer slope factor for 2,4-dinitritoluene and 2,6-dinitritoluene. So EPA equates the cancer slope factors for the individual isomers and the mixture. And since it is likely that 2,4-dinitritoluene will coexist with the 2,6-dinitritoluene, the slope factor derived by EPA was used to calculate the recommended revised groundwater standard, as well as we're recommending establishing a groundwater standard for 2,6-dinitritoluene. For diphenyl ether, the current IMAC value is based on a reference dose value derived by the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection. They base this reference dose on limited and poorly referenced data, leading to low confidence in this IMAC. So a revised groundwater standard is recommended based on the odor threshold. For thallium, the current IMAC value is based on EPA IRIS reference dose current at that time, but the reference dose has since been withdrawn by EPA and replaced with a qualitative discussion. So because of this, a revised recommended value for a thallium groundwater standard is recommended based on the federal MC. Finally, for vanadium, the current IMAC value is calculated using the 2009 EPA provisional peer-reviewed toxicity value. For vanadium, we further reviewed this basis for the provisional reference dose, and we identified some inconsistencies and study deficiencies, including uncertainties associated with the dose calculation. So a revised groundwater standard value is recommended for vanadium based on the reference dose value adopted by the California Water Resources Control Board. I did also want to go over our revised recommended PFOS/PFOA groundwater standard in more detail. So we do have a current IMAC value of 2 micrograms per liter or 2,000 parts per trillion for PFOA, which was established in 2006. There's currently no IMAC for PFOS. A groundwater standard of 0.7 micrograms per liter or 70 parts per trillion is recommended for total PFOA and PFOS. This is based on EPA's Office of Drinking Water Health Advisory from 2016. This health advisory value is calculated using a reference dose based on developmental effects for both PFOA and PFOS. So because these reference doses for both of these compounds are based on similar developmental effects and are identical, EPA recommends a health protective approach would be to compare the sum of the concentrations to this health advisory value. So therefore, the recommended groundwater standard of 70 parts per trillion or 0.07 micrograms per liter is for the combined concentration of PFOA and PFOS, and is based on potential adverse effects for fetuses during pregnancy and breastfed infants using the 90th percentile drinking water intake and body weight of lactating women. I just want to point out here that the use of the drinking water intake and body weight exposure parameters for lactating women does not completely match up with our O2L rules, as the non-cancer threshold concentration is calculated in accordance with the rule using human adult exposure parameters. However, due to the potential increased susceptibility during pregnancy and lactation, EPA and DWR does recommend using exposure parameters in order to be protective of this susceptible population during this potential critical time period. At the request of the committee, we did take this proposed groundwater standard of 70 parts per trillion for total PFOA and PFOS to the Secretary's Science Advisory Board for review. Their full statement is included as an attachment for this presentation and is summarized on this slide here. So that SSAB members did voice consensus on an establishment of a health-based standard for PFOA and PFOS in preference to the use of the PQL. A reminder that the PQL is used to regulate levels in groundwater when there is no groundwater standard or Imac for substance. SAB members stated that using this EPA drinking water health advisory level of 70 parts per trillion was a reasonable step in order to update the current Imac of 2 micrograms per liter or 2,000 parts per trillion for PFOA and no Imac for PFOA. Members did strongly voice the recommendation that DEQ continue to evaluate research and work done by other states and EPA on PFAS, and to make sure that these chemicals are a high priority when revisiting these standards review. So continuing with the proposed amendments, DWR is also recommending updates for clarifications and ease of use, including the addition of chemical abstract service registry numbers or CAS numbers, organizing the standards into a table, reporting in uniform units when possible, and removing synonyms, which would no longer be needed if these CAS numbers are really just cleaning up the rule. So it's hopefully easier to locate the groundwater standards and to compare and to use them moving forward. And finally, DWR recommending rule text revisions to 15A NCAC 02L 0202C to add an IMAC notification process so the public will be notified when an IMAC has been requested and have the opportunity to comment before the director establishes the IMAC. DWR is also recommending rule text revisions to 02L 0202G to clarify the triennial review process and procedure. So these proposed rule text revisions, attachment A, and again, the red text revisions and additional language. So for subsection C, again, shown here in red are the revisions and additions. Most of these revisions at the beginning here are for clarification. The added red text at the end clarifies the communication between DWR and the petitioner during the IMAC request. If the petitioner does not submit the appropriate information in accordance with the rule, the director of DWR shall request additional information. If the petitioner does not provide this information, the petition for an IMAC will be denied. Following this paragraph is the proposed additional text to subsection C here. So this is the proposed addition of the IMAC notification process. This is based on a stakeholder request. So when an IMAC has been requested for a substance, the public 30 days before the establishment of an IMAC for this substance. This notice shall include the petition that DWR received, the level of the proposed IMAC, and the basis upon which DWR has relied on to develop this process, this proposed IMAC. This notice will be published in the North Carolina Register and published on the website. Highlighted yellow text here has changed since committee approval. Mailing lists have been phased out, I believe, statewide, and we're not sure what the replacement will be for now, so we did remove that text. Also, we finalized our website link listed here and added it. We also recommended this additional text at the bottom. This states that once an IMAC has been established, it will be posted on the website and the EMC will be noticed within 30 days. And here are the recommended revisions to 02L 0202G. So we are recommending these rule text revisions in red in order to clarify the triennial review process that DWR undertakes. These recommended text revisions add clarification on reporting the periodic review of the standards and IMACs to the Commission and add details on the actions the director shall take during the review of IMACs. So the director of DWR shall consider the following actions during the review of an established IMAC. 1, recommend codifying the IMAC as a groundwater quality standard under this rule. 2, update the IMAC value based on data published or rescinded subsequent to previous review. or remove the IMAC based on data published or rescinded subsequent to the previous review, or retain the IMAC at the current value. Any IMAC recommended under this rule that the Commission does not codify shall remain an established IMAC and be reviewed during the next triennial review. So here's our anticipated rulemaking schedule. As I mentioned, I presented at the last few committee meetings, and today I'm requesting approval from the EMC of the rule text and fiscal note, or the rule impact analysis, to go to public hearings and comment period. If approved, the public comment period is anticipated to be it's January 2020, March 2021, due to North Carolina Register publishing deadlines. We would go back to the EMC to request approval on the hearing officer's report and rule package in May of 2021. If approved, we go to RRC in June of 2021, and if approved, the proposed effective date for this rulemaking would be July of 2021. The DWR's requested action. The division is requesting approval from the EMC to proceed to public comment and notice and hearings for proposed rule amendments and regulatory impact analysis for 15A NCAC 02L 0202 groundwater quality standards. Thank you.
Bridget, thank you very much. Again, a long presentation, a lot of detail, a lot of work that has gone and thought that's gone into this. Are there any questions for Bridget?
Mr. Chair, this is Steve King. I appreciate Bridget's report and all that they have done through the department, particularly in the arena of the PFAS, the PFOAs, and the PFOSs, and making PFAS certainly a priority in one of their attachments. It's about 380 pages, but that piece from the Interstate Technology and Regulatory Council. And I see that DEQ has representation on as a resource for that report. And I would just encourage DEQ and DHHS to stay, I think, in advance, more thorough. And I know they are thorough, but to be more thorough, particularly in the landfill that we discussed yesterday on the committee, and the leachate. Although it was listed as a minor contributor, it still contains some PFAS. There's some that's not being measured, and those studies are ongoing. But my understanding is that there's over 9,000 individual substances and still counting. So, with that, I support moving forward with this. Just let you know, and the committee members know that the PFAS piece is very complicated, as we know, and making that a big part of this Imacs moving forward is critical. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner King. Commissioner Vandermark?
Yeah, just two little clarification questions. Bridget, I think you said one of these compounds, the EPA had done something, and so now you're relying on a California number, if I understand correctly. What is another state's, I'll call it a standard, but sometimes they use different terminology. Sometimes it's a health advisory, but in that case, how do you classify that the California's number in the set of criteria that we use to satisfy a standard?
Right. Yeah, thank you for that question. I think it's vanadium that we're referring to. So I did say that California did adopt, I think theirs was a drinking notification level for vanadium. It is based on a reference dose value that they used, which is a published peer-reviewed scientific article.
Okay, so it's not the fact that they've got a notice level. It's the data that they used to set that notification level.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and the other question is sort of ongoing. Is it sounds like, we're sort of at the ragged edge of in some of these instances, we're sort of at the ragged edge of our knowledge. Do you all make it a habit of checking to see, for example, next year EPA drops one of theirs or adds one of theirs for a compound that we now have a 2L standard for? In other words, just to update the information that we relied on. I mean, you just mentioned there was some others that you had to drop back to the MCL because of a change of something. And I guess my question is that with this many 2L standards, that's going to happen, it's bound to happen. Do we have any kind of, do y'all do anything like check once a year to?
Right. So the triennial review process, we're hoping to capture any changes that happen. I know that's not once a year, it's every 3 years when we go through the rulemaking and review for that. But anytime anything changes, we hope to capture that during the review process.
And that gets 2L standards as well, I guess.
Yes.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you. Other questions? Commissioner Arata.
Thank you. Thanks for this presentation and for providing that spreadsheet with the other state standards. I noted during yesterday's Groundwater and Waste Management Committee meeting when we were talking about PFAS and leachate that since the EPA's health advisory level was released in 2016, additional studies have come out that have indicated that toxicity effects do show up at levels far below the EPA health advisory level, and I'd imagine we're going to get a lot of public interest and comments on this particular item. And for that reason, and for the same reason that we requested a comments on a range of values for the methyl bromide rule, that perhaps we consider making a specific request for comments on a range of Imac values for PFOA and PFOS to give ourselves some cover too, so we don't run into later claims of perhaps considering a number that is substantially different than what had gone out to public comment. That's all. Thank
you. Commissioner Bailey, you might want to speak to that with the activities coming out of the committee. I imagine that the range of my sense of Commissioner Arata's question is that in the course of public comment, there will be a welcoming of a comments on a variety of range for any number of these things, not just for PFAS and PFOA, but people may have other arguments about what studies to rely on and things like that. And that would be part of the public comment process. Is that your understanding?
Yes, it would be part of the public comment process. I understand what Commissioner Arata is suggesting to give us some options so we can go forward and establish a rule. But I'm not. I guess what we're putting out to public notice is our best science right now, and I frankly don't know how it would all come out. I need some help on answering this, frankly.
Maybe I should turn to Councilor Reynolds, but I would also make a point that Bridget made in her presentation, that this is also, regardless of what the outcome of the public comment on this rule would be, that this would be something that would be continued, as Commissioner Vandervaart said earlier. This would be part of something that would come up during the triennial review and a continued review of science that has emerged over the 3-year period. So it's not like you've set this and then you just walk away and forget it for any of these compounds. Is that correct?
Well, that's exactly, I think that's what is so good about how this whole thing came together, is that we now have a triennial review for them. And hopefully we'll never have to go through this many compounds at one time. That's ideally what we want, is to get this group out there, and then the triennial review will be a much shorter process. So yes, that's how I see it, is the triennial review helps with that issue.
Commissioner Arata?
Yeah, to clarify, my concern is that we do get additional science, and there has been considerable additional science since 2016. And that's something for us to consider, that we are covering all of our bases to consider that and potentially move away from these 70 parts per trillion. And that is a question for Council Reynolds, if we run into a potential change problem.
I'm not sure I understand the question to me. It's can we go into rulemaking later to change this?
Counselor, I think I can, let me see if I can restate the question because I think I understand it. Let's say, for example, that in public comment, the department gets a raft of public comments that says that the standard should be 50 instead of 70. And upon review of the comments, the department concludes, oh, maybe the comments are right. The question would be, is the commission forestalled from moving from 70 to 50 by virtue of going out without some saying something about it in the notice to comment, or is the fact that we're going to notice to comment that invites comment on any number of ranges of things cover you in the event that the department chose to go that way? Commissioner Arata, is that a fair paraphrase of your question?
Yes.
So the commission has in the past chosen to go out with a range instead of methyl bromide coming on, but the whole purpose of seeking public comment is to get input so that the commission can decide whether it wants to take final action on adopting these rules or if they want to modify it. The commission is at its leisure to modify the final rule it adopts based on the comments. In fact, the APA requires the commission to consider the comments and taking its final action, all commissions. The only question would be then is, if you go from a different level, from 50 to 70, is that now a substantial change that would require you to go back out to public comment? And large threshold, there's some specific language in the APA about what that is that I could find. One is, it really relates to, would the change now capture people who weren't otherwise, or would have otherwise been on notice that they're subject to this regulation? Is it going to, let me just, if you give me just a minute, I can find it, what the bases are, but no, you're not limited to just those, but if you're going to change it, you need to consider at the time, or based on the public comment, you need to consider at the time whether those changes are substantial. And I'm sorry, it's taking me just a minute here.
No, take your time.
Can I just add to this discussion? This is Commissioner Bailey, that, the way the standard is right now for, say, PFOA and PFOS, it's practical quantitation limit. And so the proposed rule is putting a value. So in some ways, there's already a range, I guess, because the range is between the practical PQL versus the value in the rule.
Yeah, I'm a little cautious on this because I did have the opportunity to live through the methyl bromide rule going back out. And if there's a way for us to prevent that need from happening again, that's my concern.
If I remember correctly, the methyl bromide went back out at the commission's election, right, to go back out with those. But I do, Mr. Chairman, if I may, I have those standards for what is a substantial change. It says an adopted rule differs substantially from a proposed rule if it does one or more of the following. First, does it affect interests of persons who, based on the proposed text of the rule, could not reasonably have determined that the rule their interest? Number two is address a subject matter or an issue that is not addressed in the proposed text of the rule. I don't think that one would apply. No. And then three is produces an effect that could not reasonably have been expected based on the proposed text of the rule. And there, I could see perhaps 1 and 3 coming into play depending on what the effect of changing those numbers would be. But if the change in those numbers strengthens the regulation but doesn't regulate any more individuals, then perhaps it would not be considered. And I know that that the RRC does look at that, but there have been very few instances that they've looked at that or decided on that basis to require an agency to go back out to public comment. But it really just depends on what the commission elects to do based on the public comment and how it impacts or what the effect is of that change.
Commissioner Vandervaart, you had a question.
Well, I guess to be a little more specific, if we have criteria that we were just referring to of information that we can use to rely on to go too well. I guess my only, rather than if you give a range, then I think you're actually stuck with a range. But what if somebody just comes up with a study that we didn't know about, and it makes the number different? Is that something that's a natural outgrowth of the public process, or is that something that we would have to reconsider? Go out to do rulemaking again.
I think that actually it wouldn't necessitate you going back out, but that's the type of information you're really looking for the public comment process. And it wouldn't actually prevent any member of the commission coming back and saying, hey, I voted to move this, and I've come across this information, so I think we ought to reconsider or take some other action based on this additional information. But the whole purpose of the public comment process is not simply to rubber stamp the proposed rules, but to have the commission consider a full range and get more information from the public in taking its final action.
Or perhaps to put an even finer point on it, EPA has been talking about coming out with an MCL or something like an MCL for PFOA and PFAS, and that might occur during the period of time between now and the time that this rule comes back to the commission. And that would be in the list of criteria that Commissioner Vanderhart was referring to, and I suppose that could affect that would be one of the things to take into consideration in final rulemaking. Commissioner Vanderhart, is that the kind of thing you had in mind potentially?
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you. Commissioner Deerhake, and then Commissioner Lazorek, and then Commissioner Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know. I would like to get maybe clarification from Commissioner Arata. Is she suggesting that we put a range in the request for public comment, because that would be consistent with the approach we took for the methyl bromide, and that way we would have bounds to work with or numbers to work with in our decision making, rather than an open-ended request that could lead to something more substantially different from what we propose. I know that Commissioner Bailey said there is a practical quantification limit number that could perhaps be the lower end. Thank you.
Let's see. Commissioner Lazorek, I think you were next, then Commissioner Bailey.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also would support a range going out. I mean, my concern is that the Scientific Advisory Board recognized that PFOA, PFAS was a chemical for which things are changing quickly. I mean, there are already other states that have lower values. The quote from the slide is members strongly voiced a recommendation that DEQ continue to evaluate the research. So I support the range, but I also wonder if 3 years is too long for this particular chemical. And is it possible to suggest that this one be reviewed annually while the evidence is emerging so quickly or something like that? I don't know if that's too much of a burden, but it seems like 3 years is too long.
Commissioner Bailey, let me have you speak before we go back to Bridget on that question.
Okay, well, Commissioner Deerhake heard me correctly. I think there already is a range in the rule, because right now the value is the practical quantification limit, and so the range is PQL to what is set out in the rule. So I guess one question I have for Council Reynolds is, I'd like to know, isn't that already a range? And I guess the other part of that is, if we want to put in another number other than PQL, because we're changing it from PQL to an actual number. So that's why I see that as an existing range. And I don't know that any of the studies are going to show that it should be even a higher number than what we're proposing. So we have a range right there. And I guess the other part of it is, this is a big rule set. And we had talked before about sending it out in 3 parts to break it down and go to 3 different hearings and have 3 different hearing officers' reports. And so maybe this isn't what people want to hear, but if indeed we have to go back to public hearing again because there's other comments that we receive on other contaminants, not just these, then that might be what we need to do, because this is such a big package and it's all new. And I don't see that as a bad thing, because as Council Reynolds said, we're sending it out not because we want to rubber stamp it. We want more information from the public. And maybe that's what our first round here is. Maybe finalize them, but I want to hear from the public on all of these. And I think we actually do have ranges, because it's PQL if it's not the number in the rule. So that was what I wanted to ask Council Reynolds about, isn't there already a range?
And Council Reynolds, I want to recognize you, but Commissioner Bailey, I thought for PFOA and PFOS, which were kind of a different case, I didn't think we were relying on PQL. I thought there was already an existing standard that was like 2,000 parts per trillion, which is where we were already.
This is Bridget. There is no standard or Imac for PFOS, so that
okay.
Right now, PFOA does have an Imac at 2 micrograms per liter or 2,000 parts per trillion.
Thank you, Bridget. Councilor Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do agree with Commissioner Bailey that there is an argument that there would already be a range in there, but I want to say two things about a range. A range doesn't give you, forgive the redundancy here, but it doesn't give you free range to go all over the board, right? And not a range doesn't prevent you from changing it. If the number is 50 and you change it to 51, I don't think anybody would say that's a substantial change absent some other major impacts, right? But one thing that I was reminded of is when we did this for the nutrient rules, we also wanted to go out with a range or consider different ratios. And that did require updating the fiscal note to account for what are the impacts for this range at this level and that level and these ratios. And so the fiscal note would absolutely have to be updated. But I think Commissioner Bailey is correct in saying we already have somewhat of a range there, and you already have latitude to change that specific number anyway within certain bounds, although it's not clear how far is too far. If you came back and the public said, we don't want 50, we want 55, as long as a review of that doesn't mean that suddenly far more folks will be impacted or affected by this and have to fall within that regulation, then I doubt anybody would say that's a substantial change. If you change it to 500 from 50, then that just the change in the number, that level would likely be considered a substantial change. But if you try to change it now, whatever changes you make, you're going to have to update that fiscal note before it goes out to public comment.
I think I'll just offer a thought, which is I think that there's been sufficient discussion here for everybody to be fully on record that there is a lot of interest in this particular set of groundwater standards, and that the commission will be welcoming welcoming robust public comment on this particular one. I do think that in the interest of moving forward on this, to be able to do the reviews, that there's some value in going ahead now. It's hard to predict what the future would be, and to Councilor Reynolds' point, it's hard to say what would happen if you change the number in terms of affected parties from 70 to say, or the number based on the health advisories from 70 to some lower number. And it's also hard to predict what the effect would be if, in fact, EPA came out with a maximum contaminant level drinking water standard that was some number lower than 70, which would require some rethought. So this particular one is unusually a matter of unusual interest. And my own sense is that we're better off going ahead and going out to public comment now and finding out what we hear without trying to make an adjustment at this time, even notwithstanding my respect for the methyl bromide rule of sainted memory. Other questions? Otherwise, I'd like to ask Chairman Bailey to propose a motion. Commissioner Bailey?
I move to have the EMC approve proceeding to public comment and notice and hearings for proposed rule amendments and regulatory impact analysis for 15A NCAC 02L.0202 groundwater quality standards.
Do I have a second?
A second. King.
Second by Commissioner Keene. Thank you very much. Any further discussion? Okay. Let me start with the roll call. Commissioner Anderson?
Aye.
Commissioner Arata?
Aye.
Commissioner Bailey?
Aye.
Commissioner Carter?
Aye.
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Gillespie? Oh, it's Commissioner Deerhake. I'm sorry.
Aye.
Commissioner Gillespie? Commissioner Gillespie? Going once, going twice. Commissioner Harris?
Aye.
Commissioner Keene?
Aye.
Commissioner Lazoric?
Aye.
Commissioner McAdams?
Aye.
Commissioner Modest?
Aye.
Commissioner Solomon? Commissioner Solomon? Going once, going twice. Commissioner Vandervaart?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, of those voting, the vote is unanimous to move forward. Thank you very much, everybody. And again, thanks especially to Bridget, to you for your very cogent presentation, and to Commissioners Bailey, Solomon, and Vandervaart for their work in moving us forward to this point, and to have them go out as one. I know that there was great interest in the community in having it go out as one package, so this is really a big step forward. So congratulations. Thank you. We have another rulemaking item, and then we have the hearing. And I'm a little worried about some of the information items, just in terms of the length of time we have involved. Commissioner Bailey, I know you were going to do the information item on the CHPP. That's relatively brief, correct?
Yes. It's about a modified timeline.
Okay. And following that, we have an update, which I think the materials got out kind of late. On the other hand, that was on a tight timeline for reporting back to the commission. So I guess we maybe should just slog on through if people can stand it. Like I said, this is a full agenda this week. Let's see. The next item we have is the item number 6. 20-33, request approval of the hearing officer's report and regulatory impact analysis and adoption of rule amendments for 15A NCAC 02N on underground storage tanks and 15A NCAC 020 on financial responsibility requirements for owners and operators of underground storage tanks. So I think Ruth Strauss is going to be doing the presentation on this.
Yes, sir, Dr. Myberg. Can you hear me okay and see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, excellent. Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, good afternoon. My name is Ruth Strauss, and I'm here to represent the underground storage tank section in the readoption of Title 15A of the Administrative Code, subchapters 2N and 02N and 020. The Division of Waste Management is requesting the Commission to approve the hearing officer's report and regulatory impact analysis, and to readopt 15A NCAC 02N and 020 rule, along with the proposed amendments. Subchapter 02N sets out the criteria and standards applicable to underground storage tanks. It contains the requirements for operating and maintaining USTs, such as leak detection, monitoring, corrosion protection, and tank installation and closure. Subchapter 020 contains the financial responsibility requirements for owners and operators. It sets out the amount of financial assurance required and the various mechanisms that can be used, such as pollution liability insurance and self-insurance. The Rules Review Commission established a deadline of January 1st, 2023 for completing the adoption of the rule. A regulatory impact statement was approved by OSBM on July 22nd. 2020. No fiscal note was necessary because the proposed rule changes do not impose additional costs on the regulated community, including state-owned and local government-owned tanks. This is our rulemaking schedule. On July 9th, the Commission granted approval for the rule text and the regulatory impact analysis to proceed to public hearing and comment. The public comment period began on August 17th and ended on October 16th. A public hearing was held on September 1st, 2020. So today we are here on November 19th requesting the EMC's approval of the hearing officer's report, the RIA, and to readopt the O2N and O2N rules along with the proposed amendments. If approved, we plan to bring the rules before the Rules Review Commission on December 17th and anticipate the rules becoming effective on January 1, 20, on or about, I should say, January 1, 2021. Amendments to the rules include technical corrections and 2 substantive changes. One of the substantive changes was based on comments from underground storage tank staff, and the second was based on input from a piping manufacturer. Many, if not most, of the technical corrections resulted from a pre-review of the rules by the Rules Review Commission staff attorneys. The change requested by the piping manufacturer the first change involves the change requested by the piping manufacturer. The current rules require that the inner and the outer wall of double-walled piping be constructed of non-corroding materials such as fiberglass. The change will allow installation of piping with a stainless steel inner wall and a non-corroding outer wall. The rules that are affected are 15A NCAC 02N.0904B and .0907W. The second substantive change involves the length of time that notice for a tank closure needs to be submitted to the division. The current rules require a 30-day notice to the division prior to beginning a tank closure. An exception allows for North Carolina licensed professional engineers and licensed geologists to submit notice only 5 days before beginning closure activities. The rule has been amended to eliminate this exception, and it was eliminated because frequently a longer lead time is needed for tank owners to apply for and receive state trust fund approval prior to performing the tank closure and any excavation work, and also for staff to be able to practically schedule on-site inspections during the tank closure. The rule affected is 15A NCAC 02N.03031C. So in both sets of rules and in 020, the financial responsibility rules exclusively, the changes were technical corrections. But the technical corrections for both sets of rules included formatting of rule text, updating websites, adding clarifying language, updating sampling methods and references to industry standards and codes of practice and other standard procedures, and also deleting unnecessary language and obsolete rules, and correcting typos, grammar, cross-references, inconsistencies, and rule authorities. The proposed rule changes were published in the North Carolina Register on August 17th, 2020, and were posted on the division's website from August 14th through October 16th, 2020. The regulatory impact analysis was also published on the department's website throughout the comment period. On August 14th, 2020, an email was sent to interested parties providing links to the rule changes and the schedule for public hearing. The public hearing was held on September 1st, 2020, with UST Corrective Action Branch Head Scott Bullock serving as the hearing officer. 5 members of the public attended but did not request to speak. Changes made to the rule were made to the rule text following the comment period, but consisted of typographical errors only. The hearing officer's report includes the recommendation that the rules be adopted as shown in attachments A and B. So there were 2 comments received that were provided by our EPA Region 4 state coordinator, and these were 2 typos. These comments can be found in attachment D and were incorporated into the rule text. No other formal comments were received. In conclusion, the Division of Waste Management is requesting the Commission to approve the hearing officer's report and the regulatory impact analysis, and to readopt the 15A NCAC 02N and 020 rules along with the proposed amendments. And I would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for Ruth? Hearing none, I think. I was going to ask Commissioner Bailey if you had this came out of committee, if you had any particular recommendations or would like to make a motion.
I can go ahead and make the motion if Mr. Strauss would put the slide back to the request.
Oh, sorry.
So I can read it into the record.
Sorry.
I move the Environmental Management Commission approve the hearing officer's report, regulatory impact analysis, NCAC 02N underground storage tanks, and NCAC requirements for owners and operators of underground storage tanks, including the technical corrections to the published rules.
Do I have a second?
This is Commissioner Davis. I second.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Davis. Is there any further discussion? Okay, let me move on through the roll call vote. Commissioner Anderson?
Aye.
Commissioner Arata?
Aye.
Commissioner Bailey?
Aye.
Commissioner Carter?
Aye.
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Deerhake?
Aye.
Commissioner Gillespie? Commissioner Harris?
Aye.
Commissioner Keene?
Aye.
Commissioner Lazorick?
Aye.
Commissioner McAdams?
Aye.
Commissioner Monist?
Aye.
Commissioner Solomon? I'm sorry, pardon?
Yes, aye. Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Vandervaart?
Aye.
All right. The motion passes. Thank you very much, Ruth, and thanks, everybody. Good work.
Thank you.
All right. Question for Councilor Reynolds. Do you need a minute to set up for the next item on the agenda for the petition?
I think if I can check with Rahat as well as to make sure that the council representing both the petitioners and the department are on and ready to go.
Okay, if that's the case, I hesitate to. I want us to move forward. Why don't we take a 5-minute break just to make sure you can be properly set up? So
right,
we'll resume here in 5 minutes.
Okay, great. And Glenn, I see you there now.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you just fine. Thank you. Mr. Blair, are you on as well?
I am, sir.
Okay, we can hear you. Rahat, is there anything additional we need to do? I know Mr. Dunn had asked if you wouldn't mind helping him with the PowerPoint forwarding the PowerPoint he has.
Yes, I'll just ask for that to come up at a certain point of the argument after about 3 or 4 minutes of the argument.
Would it be, I can make Glenn a presenter and is he able to share his screen? If not, I can go ahead and probably do it.
I understand the preference, if possible, would be for you to do it, Rahat. I think, is that understanding?
Okay. So I
Mr.
just
Dunn,
want
of
to,
course.
okay, so which, I want to make sure I'm bringing up the right presentation.
Sure.
So it's the one you emailed me, correct? With the, I believe it was, I think
it was yesterday.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Give me a second and I'll pull it up.
3 slides.
Yeah. And Mr. Blair, you have a PowerPoint presentation as well. Is that correct? Or
I do. If Rahat, if you could switch control to me when it becomes my time to present.
Okay. Any questions, Mr. Dunn or Mr. Valeri?
No.
Okay.
Do I need to get closer? That's a very long range shot.
It's really a matter of perspective, Glenn. I know which one you are, so.
I was squinting to say, who else is it? But no, I think we can see you fine. It's up to you.
Excuse me, what?
I said you had asked if you needed to move closer, and I was saying I think we can see you just fine.
Okay. Thank you.
Council Reynolds, I don't see an attachment from you. I'm probably missing it. I'm searching.
Pull this thing up. Yeah.
You mean for Mr. Dunn's presentation?
Yes.
All right. I think Keith Johnson sent that to us. Let me look and see if I have it again. I'll forward it again. Glenn, do you know if you said, was it you that sent that to us or was it Keith?
Wasn't me.
I sent that.
I'm sorry?
I sent that to you.
Okay. Yeah.
Forward it if you want.
Yeah, here it is again. I've got it. Got it yesterday, and I'll forward it again. Rahat, I'm going to send it to you right now.
Yeah, it's one of the few things I can actually do is forward an email.
Well, I think we're on the same page on that one. That's why I did not want to be a presenter.
You're better than I am. We can just go ahead and presume that.
Council Reynolds, what I will propose, we'll start up here in just a minute. So what I would propose to do is to have you do an introduction to this item, if you would, and just sort of set the stage for procedurally for what we'll be doing here.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So this is for those of you who are still on the line, this is the 1 minute warning.
Well, you've been parsimonious with the time too, and I'm going to do the best I can to cover all the issues in 15 minutes.
Okay.
Well, we will hold you to that. It's been this was a very full agenda. Okay, the 1 minute warning has expired, so let's reconvene. And on this, the next item on the agenda is the petition for declaratory ruling known as Eagle Transport. And for this, I'm going to turn the meeting over at this point to Councilor Reynolds to talk about this petition and what it means and the way in which, and just to remind the commission of what it means to be responding in this case to a petition. So, Philip, fire away.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the chairman stated, and as you all have all received, this is a petition for declaratory ruling that was submitted by Eagle Transport and represented by Mr. Glenn Dunn and Mr. Keith Johnson. And the department is also has provided a response, and it is being represented by Mr. Michael Valeri. As you have all been a part of, or most of you have been a part of in the past, a petition for declaratory ruling is a mechanism by which a petitioner can seek, among other things, a determination by the commission on a question as to the applicability or validity of rules or statutes, or how it applies to a given set of facts. And when I say a given set of facts, what I mean is that petitions for declaratory rulings are not intended to be evidentiary hearings or resolve factual disputes, but rather answer a specific question as to the single given set of facts. Petitions for declaratory ruling are quasi-judicial in matter. In nature, meaning that the decision has to be made on the record, and I'll provide you the customary instructions on quasi-judicial hearings in a few minutes. The petition was submitted earlier this year, and the parties or the petitioner agreed to have this matter heard in November, as opposed to your last meeting in September. And the chair has in fact deemed the petition complete. For today, for the hearing purposes, as provided in your bylaws, the petitioner will have 15 minutes to make a presentation, and then the department will have 15 minutes to make its presentation, and of course the members are at their leisure to ask questions. Once the presentations are complete, the rules provide that the chair will make a recommendation to the commission as to whether to issue or decline to issue the petition. Now, I want to talk a little bit about what it means to issue or decline to issue, also known as grant or deny. That question is a threshold question. It's one that says if it's answered in the affirmative, yes, we're wanting to grant the petition or issue the petition, it does not mean that that you're going to grant the requested relief that the petitioners are seeking. It just means that you're going to get to the merits of the question. So in the past, you all might remember the question about ABX, even though we didn't get to the presentations there, the threshold question was answered in the negative, meaning that the commission voted to deny the petition or decline to issue it. So we didn't reach the merits of it. And so if that's what the commission does here, if it says we have good cause to decline to issue it, you don't get to the merits. If the commission votes to get to the merits, then you're going to have to decide what that question is. Now, just as a reminder, I know I provided you all the rules, but 0603, O2I 0603 provides an inclusive, not an exclusive, but an inclusive list of reasons supporting a determination of good cause to decline to issue the ruling. Good cause is defined as including finding that there's been a similar determination in a previous contested case of declaratory ruling, finding that the matter is subject to a pending contested case hearing or litigation in any North Carolina federal court. 3, finding that no genuine controversy exists as to the application of a statute, order, or rule to the specific factual situation presented. And 4, finding that the federal context factual context put forward is a subject of a declaratory ruling, or that is a subject of a declaratory ruling, was specifically considered upon the adoption of the rule in question. Again, if, as I noted, if the decision is to decline to issue the ruling, it's not a ruling on the merits. If the issue is to grant or issue the ruling, then you will then have to say how you're going to rule on the merits. Does anybody have any questions for me on that before I get to the quasi-judicial instructions? Okay. Then if everybody is clear on that, then I'll proceed with the quasi-judicial instructions. Again, you've heard me use these before, so it'll be familiar to most of you. Here, the EMC is acting in its quasi-judicial capacity as opposed to its quasi-legislative role, which is what you do with rulemaking. You must first determine whether you have a conflict of interest pursuant to the State Government Ethics Act, and no one here at the beginning of the meeting noted that they do in fact have a conflict of interest. So you've all answered that threshold question. Additionally, in quasi-judicial proceedings, due process requires an unbiased and impartial decision maker to give a fair and open-minded consideration to the matter at hand. Each member must determine whether you have an impermissible legal bias requiring recusal from the matter. And an impermissible bias is a predisposition to decide a cause or issue in a certain way, which predisposition does not leave the mind perfectly open to persuasion. You are not disqualified merely because you have taken a particular position on a policy issue arising in this case, absent of showing that you are not capable of judging the controversy before you fairly and on the basis of the individual circumstances. However, when performing your quasi-judicial function as a member of the EMC, you must be able to set aside prior knowledge and preconceptions concerning the matter at issue and base your consideration solely upon the evidence in the record or the information in the record, which you've all received. And you're going to be adding to that with the presentations here momentarily. Your decision must be limited to the written record and the presentations made to you. And deliberation contemplates a give and take that occurs when the EMC members share their observations and opinions. For this matter, each member should enter the deliberation with an open mind, listen to and view the information, share his or her observations, analyses, and opinions with other EMC members, and 4, listen to the other members' comments. Only after deliberation should any members commit to a vote. Are there any questions about those instructions or about the process for declaratory rulings? Okay. And then, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I'd like to ask Mr. Dunn on behalf of Eagle Transport to take it away for his 15-minute presentation.
Yes, please proceed.
And Mr. Dunn, I think you're muted right now, so you'll need to unmute so we can hear you.
Can you hear me all right now?
Yes, sir. We can hear you fine. Thank you.
Thank you. This law firm represents Eagle Transport, of course, and it is we in Eagle Transport who asked for this declaratory ruling. I appreciate the good description of what a declaratory ruling is. That's very important. Of course, essentially, the commission is sitting as a jury to decide what a particular set of laws means. I'll get more to the specifics of that in a minute, of course. The issue to be determined by this declaratory ruling is whether Eagle Transport is liable for cleaning up and restoring a site where oil, admittedly from its truck, was spilled, but after an accident caused by another driver, a third party. So the spill, the discharge, was actually caused by the third party's actions. There are 2 statutes involved in this, or at least initially we felt that there were. One is the Oil Pollution and Hazardous Substances Control Act. I shall call it OPSCA from now on, so I won't use up an extra minute of my time. That's GS 143-215-83 through 94, Part 2 of OPSCA. The other we thought was involved, and in the way that it is, and that's the groundwater rules and the authority for those rules in statute, which is GS 143-214.1. But as I understand it, there's no disagreement that the groundwater rules do not set up an independent basis for determination of who must do a cleanup. They just give you the process for a cleanup when there is a party responsible for it, and that party must follow those rules. So I believe that the entire issue is an interpretation of OPSCA. Now, the essential facts are not in dispute, in our opinion. And I want to mention something. The process of a declaratory ruling was well explained, but I want to add some emphasis to a point. It's not a policy determination. It's not a determination of rules or what would make good rules. The entire issue here is what the statute says as applied to these facts. And to determine that, you determine what the General Assembly intended when it wrote the statute. And we will and do contend even further that it's not even a difficult problem in interpreting the statute. We think the plain wording of the statute gives the answer pretty straightforwardly, not a matter of reconciling ambiguous provisions or otherwise getting into extrapolation for provisions. Having said that, there is a threshold issue to get over, as Mr. Reynolds explained, and that is whether you should issue the ruling at all or refuse. DEQ counsel has asked that you refuse to issue the ruling for two reasons. First is that the subject, in their opinion, of this declaratory ruling is the subject of litigation in a court. It is true that the person, Mrs. Halley, who caused this accident and caused the truck to turn over, is facing criminal charges in court. But I want to emphasize that those criminal charges will involve whether her behavior rose to the level of gross negligence or otherwise to a level that she should be found criminally guilty. Causation in this matter, which is the key term, the key concept in interpreting OPSCA, is not an issue in this criminal prosecution. Causation has already been well established in two ways. One is Ms. Halley was charged, and that's why she's going to court. She was charged with misdemeanor death by vehicle by the investigating officer. That charge sheet is on our first memorandum in support of our petition. Secondly, and even more convincingly, if you know insurance companies, is that we have an affidavit to which is attached an email from Mrs. Halley, the driver's insurance company nationwide, acknowledging coverage, which is only going to happen if her insurer has determined that she caused the accident. So causation is clear, and that's all you need to know in making this declaratory ruling. The other reason, and let me say, I just don't think there's any need to delay this. We should get this over with. Second reason for, at least suggested for you to refuse to rule on this, is that there's not a controversy. And this is a little strange to me because apparently the reason given for that is that even if the discharge is not unlawful, nevertheless, Eagle must perform the cleanup. Well, that can only be determined by going to the merits of this matter and essentially making a ruling. And if you make a ruling, then it doesn't need to be that you shouldn't rule on the matter. You will have ruled on the merits. Sounds a little confusing perhaps, but so there's nothing to do to address that second reason except to go into the merits of this matter. But before I do that, that is getting to the interpretation of OPSCA as applied here, let me go through the facts pretty quickly. Eagle's business is transporting petroleum products. In January of this year, Eagle's truck was on Highway 16 in Lincoln County when this other car driven by Ms. Halley pulled out in front of it. The Eagle driver swerved to avoid hitting her. We actually have drive cam pictures of that, which are very upsetting. swerved to avoid hitting her. The truck turned over. The driver tragically was killed. Petroleum products did leak from the truck after it turned over. Some going down a storm drain to reach a creek, of course, much in the soil on the down gradient side of the road. Eagle reported, as it is supposed to, the accident, contacted its consultant. Its consultant came and did an abatement action, which involved picking up the most contaminated soil, quite a bit of it, putting it in containers, putting absorbent booms into the creek, and then took all the contaminated materials, containerized them, and sent them off at a cost of over $250,000. A report was sent by a consultant to DEQ of those actions, we'll call them abatement actions that were taken, or initial response actions, and DEQ approved the actions that were taken as described in the report and sent a notice of regulatory requirements after that to Eagle, telling Eagle that it has to perform a complete cleanup, restoration of the site according to the groundwater regulations, which do set out the process and requirements for a, let me emphasize, for a liable person to follow. At that point, Eagle, after having spent what it had spent, conferred with us, and we told Eagle, advised them that the third-party defense under OPSCA applies in this case, so that the discharge is not unlawful, and therefore Eagle's not responsible for this cleanup and restoration of the site. We talked to DEQ attorneys about our opinion on that. They disagreed with us. And the NOR still stands, though it's sort of been put on hold. And we asked for this declaratory ruling. So that takes me to the OPSCA argument. And we believe that it's resolved by the initial two sections of OPSCA. The first is right there in front of you. It's GS 143-215.83, which initiates the meaning of this law. And it says it shall be unlawful, but I want you to mark the words, except as otherwise provided in this part, for any person to discharge or cause to be discharged, oil, etc. Okay, the discharge did happen, but it says except as otherwise and provided in this act. Then you go to the next subsection. What?
You have to say next slide.
Next slide, please. And this is what is otherwise provided in the act. Accepted discharges. And one of those accepted discharges is that the discharge was caused by an act or omission of a third party, whether any such act or omission was or was not negligent. So at this point, it is clear that this discharge was not unlawful. That's totally clear. And if it's not unlawful, it's not prohibited by the act, and it's not a violation of the act. I think that's tautological, and I'll ask you to remember those words. Next slide, please. 143-215-84, the very next section says that it tells you who is responsible for removal of prohibited discharges. And I emphasize the word prohibited, and it's in the title. And then it says removal is only required of a person who has made the discharge in violation of this article. We've already determined by the first section that there was no violation of the article. The discharge is not prohibited. It follows since it was unlawful. So to us, that is definitive, and it's clear there. Now, DEQ has submitted a much longer memorandum than we did. There isn't time for me to address every matter that they bring up, but I'm going to do my best to hit several of them very quickly. First is that strict liability somehow supports Eagle's liability. The Act does impose strict liability, but by the same token, the General Assembly can tell you who is not subject to strict liability. And we've just told you that our client is not because of the third-party defense. Secondly is that joint and several liability makes Eagle responsible for the cleanup. That only applies to liable parties. It doesn't deal with the interpretation of the statute. Eagle, under the statute, is not liable. Joint and several liability does not apply. They mentioned that Section 85 says a person in control must restore the site in control of the oil before the spill, but only in accordance with the rest of OPSCA. That wording is in there also, so it refers you back to the rest of OPSCA, and that means that it includes the third-party defense. It doesn't change that. Federal cases in law, I mentioned several of them. Not one of them applies to the same kind of language, the third-party defense that is in OPSCA, so none of them are relevant to interpreting this particular law, which is the job here of the commission. So none of these change the clear meaning of those first two sections of OPSCA, which we submit are very clear. I know my time's running short, and I don't think that we need to spend any time on the application of the groundwater rules, except, well, we acknowledge that they apply when you have a person who is liable for the cleanup. It tells you that person how to do it. But what I want to make clear, I mean, interpretation of the statute is the issue here. Nevertheless, you can't help but think about what maybe the implications are. We are not asking to invalidate the groundwater rules, the procedure for cleanup. We are simply saying they don't apply to Eagle in these circumstances. And again, I think the department agrees with that. Eagle's liability and whether it has to clean up is determined by OPSCA only. This is an unusual set of circumstances. It's not going to erode the state's ability to have spills cleaned up. It'll be extremely rare that these circumstances ever come up. But we think for these reasons, under OPSCA, Eagle is not responsible, does not have to follow the cleanup requirements that it was told it has to follow under the NOR, the Notice of Regulatory Requirements. The notice should be invalidated, and we ask you to rule that Eagle does not have to follow that notice and that the groundwater cleanup requirements do not apply to Eagle.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Dunn. That was the right in on time. I appreciate your promptness and your care in that regard. Mr. Bullitt, I think you have the same 15 minutes, so why don't you go ahead?
Mr. Chair,
I'm sorry, Counsel.
It's okay. I just wanted to make sure to give the members an opportunity to ask Mr. Dunn any questions they might have after his presentation.
That's fair. That's fair. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have. I'm watching the clock so closely. I jumped ahead.
No, that's fine. I wanted to make sure if there are any questions, members are free to ask them. And then if not, we can certainly, Mr. Chair, with your permission, we can go to Mr. Valeri. And then I will have a couple of follow-up questions for both of them afterward, if you don't mind, sir.
I do not.
Okay. All right.
I have a question, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Mr. Solomon, go ahead.
And I want to ask it in the context of the North Carolina, the law and the, I guess, as Mr. Dunn interprets the responsibilities. In this case, if the cleanup does not occur by the person that may be responsible, the person that caused the wreck, whose responsibility will it be to clean up this contamination? And does the North Carolina law specify that?
Mr. Solomon, you want me to answer that?
Yes, sir. That was to you, if you could.
Okay. The Act also creates a fund to be used by the state for cleanups. It was anticipated, or that wouldn't be there, that there are going to be circumstances where a party, there may not be a responsible party, or more likely, responsible party can't do the cleanup, doesn't have the financial wherewithal. There is a fund set up for that purpose. Whether the General Assembly funds it adequately is another question, probably has not at times. But I believe that shows that the General Assembly anticipated there always won't be a person liable for and can do the cleanup.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Arata?
A couple questions just to make sure I'm understanding how the insurance comes into play here. Am I understanding correctly that your statement about the insurance company accepting liability policy limits for the accident extends to liability for the spill?
I'm sorry, you were breaking up. I didn't get all of the question.
Sorry, is this better?
Yes, I think.
I want to make sure I'm understanding that your contention with regard to the insurance company accepting liability up to the policy limits for the accident extends to liability for the cleanup. Or does it matter?
Well, I think the only question is that the insurance company is acknowledging causation by its policyholder. The limits of the coverage are the limits of the coverage, and that may, only covers part of the cost of the cleanup, frankly.
Okay, and then one follow-up. If your client were in fact held responsible for the cleanup, would you be able to recover from the insurance company for those costs?
Could you say that again? I need to hear that.
If your client ultimately ends up being responsible for this cleanup, would your client be able to recover from the insurance company or the person at fault for those costs?
No. No, that's the same answer as the limits of the policy or the limits of the policy and won't cover the cleanup.
I'm sorry, just to make sure, Commissioner Arata, was your question about the amount of money that they might be able to recover, or whether the statute allows the petitioner to recover from the party who did cause the accident?
No, it was about their recourse for recovering costs of potential cleanup if they have that recourse.
Right. So then I think the question is not about how much money they might be able to recover. It's about whether the statute allows them to recover. Do I understand your question correctly?
That's correct.
Okay.
Well, the answer is that yes, there is legal recourse. So there's the legal side of the question and then the practical side, which is the amount. But yes, there is legal recourse.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Appreciate your presentation. Mr. Valeri, I think let's go ahead and move to you. And same rules apply. 15 minutes, strictly observed.
Thank you. Please let me know if y'all can see my PowerPoint presentation.
Yes, I can see it.
Excellent. Thank you, members of the commission. The Oil Pollution and Hazardous Substance Control Act, the purpose of it is to promote the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of North Carolina by protecting the land and the waters from pollution by oil or oil products. OPSCA achieves its stated goal by providing a structured regulatory program which creates a deliberate process for cleaning up oil discharges and provides certainty as to who is responsible for that cleanup. EGLE's desired declaratory ruling would remove that certainty. Transporters would no longer be obligated to start cleanup when accidents occur. Instead, the state would be forced to engage in complex investigations to determine accident responsibility before any party would be obligated to start that cleanup process. To be clear, granting EGLE's declaratory ruling would substantially change the program. If you drove away from this meeting today, which I understand is remote, but if you drove away from here today and you caused an accident with a tanker truck resulting in an oil discharge, the state would be sending you, the ordinary driver, a notice of regulatory requirement explaining to you your obligations under OPSCA and the expectation that you, the ordinary driver, navigate this complex regulatory program, comply with it, and engage in cleanup activities, and oh, by the way, pay for it with your regular collision insurance. This is not what OFSCA says. It's not what the legislature intended. And for these reasons, Eagle's petition should be denied. There are two reasons why the commission can refuse the declaratory ruling here. One, as the transporter, Eagle is responsible for the cleanup, whether they caused the accident or not. It doesn't matter who caused the accident. As the transporter, they're responsible for the cleanup. And there's no conflict between what OFSCA says and what the department told Eagle to do. Secondly, Eagle's given state of facts exceeds what is necessary for ruling on their obligations under OFSCA. Simply put, they're responsible as the transporter. It doesn't matter who caused it. So to the extent that they continue to argue causation is relevant, it's not. The department didn't consider it. What the department considered is that they're the transporter, and OFSCA says you're responsible. 215.84 and 215.85 are both clear on this point. If you're the transporter and oil's discharged from your truck, you're responsible for cleaning it up. Here's 84 for you. And when I talk, I want you guys to really pay attention to the red underlined language. This whole thing is very much about statutory interpretation, and the words in the statute have meaning and importance that need to be considered. 215.84 says any person having control over oil or other hazardous substances discharged in violation of the article shall immediately undertake to collect and remove that discharge. Similar, 85 says a person who has control over petroleum discharged into the environment shall immediately take measures to collect and remove that discharge. That term, having control over oil or other hazardous substances, is important. It's meaningful. The legislature defined it, and the legislature defined it as any person using, transferring, storing, transporting oil or other hazardous substances, and specifically included carriers. It specifically included Eagle in that conclusion, in that law. So when you go back to 85 and you look at it and you put in that definition, you put in that key language, it becomes a person who owns or transporting oil immediately prior to it being discharged shall immediately take measures to collect and remedy that discharge. All right. And it specifically includes carriers. So when you put that language in there, and that language is important because the legislature doesn't put language into things if it doesn't have meaning and importance and isn't to be given consideration in its full meaning. When you get to that, what you see is Eagle, a carrier, is responsible for cleaning up a discharge immediately. And that's the conclusion. When you go to 84, it does the same thing. Any person transporting oil immediately prior to it being discharged shall immediately undertake to collect it. Again, specifically applies to carriers. Eagle wants you to ignore that language. They want you to ignore having control over the oil and just focus on the fact that it was discharged in violation of this article. Again, the legislature doesn't put words into statutes that don't have meaning. If the legislature didn't want the language having control over the oil to be meaningful and to have purpose and to hold somebody responsible, it could have simply said any person discharging in violation of this article shall immediately undertake it. That's not what the legislature did here. It gave purpose and it included that language for a reason. OFSCA's third-party exception does not absolve Eagle of their obligations. What it does is it protects Eagle from criminal and civil penalties under OFSCA. OFSCA has provisions for both of those things. You can hold people criminally liable, you can issue civil penalties, and that's what the purpose of the third-party exception is for. Because logically, you wouldn't hold somebody civilly responsible for a discharge or criminally responsible for a discharge that they didn't cause. And importantly, when you look at this provision here in 85, there is no exception for discharges that occur in violation of the statute. It just says discharge into the environment. Mr. Dunn in his argument pointed out the fact that OFSCA contacted the department as it was supposed to do. That obligation comes from 85. He acknowledges that they're responsible to notify the department under 85, but then says the rest of 85 doesn't apply to them. We only have to notify them. We don't have to clean it up. Well, you can't have it both ways. The fact that the exception applies, it doesn't make the discharge unlawful from the standpoint of the person that caused the accident. You heard Mr. Dunn talking about this. He consistently said it was a lawful discharge, therefore it's not liable. If you accept that, then you accept that the other party can't be held liable for her or for their actions. So if you cause a discharge of somebody else's oil, you can't be held liable for it because they invoked that third party exception, therefore making it lawful, and you can't be held liable for that. And that simply makes no sense when you look at other portions of OFSCA. So when you look at the joint and several liability provision and then the criminal penalties, joint and several liability says can be brought against the persons, again, having control over the oil or causing or contributing to the discharge. Why would the legislature put in there an or if the person having control over that oil couldn't be held responsible? It wouldn't have done that. All of this says that person has liability. And again, also the person causing or contributing to it. Again, if the legislature had wanted to absolve a party like Eagle from liability under OFSCA, they would have just said an action can be brought against the person causing or contributing to the discharge. And that's simply not what they did. And then when you look at the criminal penalty provision, they're written so that any person who knowingly discharges or causes or permits the discharge of oil or other hazardous substances in violation of this part. That in violation of this part is the part that Mr. Dunn is saying is negated by him invoking that third party exception. You heard it from him. It's lawful. It's not unlawful. So if it's not unlawful, the person that caused it couldn't be held liable under the criminal provision, and that simply does not make sense under the statutory scheme. Going on, Eagle's given state of facts isn't appropriate for issuing a declaratory ruling here. First, DEQ did not base Eagle's responsibility on whether or not they caused the accident. The department looked at, was Eagle the transporter? And was there an accident which resulted in the discharge of that oil into the environment? Those are the facts they looked at. Causation is not a part of that analysis. And causation is at issue in the pending litigation, despite what you were just told. The person that caused the accident was charged criminally in court with causing an accident that resulted in the death of a person. So how do you remove the notion that they caused an accident resulting in the death of a person? How's that causation removed? It's not. Causation is a part of that criminal proceeding as it moves forward. So the simple question that the department looked at again was the carrier of the oil immediately prior to its discharge? And the indisputable answer to that question is yes. And whether somebody else caused it isn't relevant. Therefore, causation is not a given fact. And for that reason, to the extent that Eagle continues to argue that causation is part of their given statement of facts, it should be rejected. DEQ has applied this in this way because it's right, because it makes sense when you look at the statute as a whole, and because it works. A ruling in favor of Eagle would absolve transporters from their responsibility to initiate cleanup actions going forward. Instead, the department would be forced to initiate those cleanups while also conducting investigations to determine fault before it could then assign responsibility. And again, regular motorists would be tasked with cleaning up spills and complying with OPSCA. And that's simply not supported by a reading of the statute. There's any questions?
Thank you very much, Mr. Blair. Questions?
Yes,
I
sir.
can't get in. Yes.
I've got a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Chairman Steve.
Go ahead, Commissioner King. Yes.
Two questions. For the department was aware of a cleanup fund, and if they were aware of the cleanup fund that was mentioned, what is the amount in the fund?
I do not have the specific amounts in the fund before you, but as Mr. Glenn alluded to, I believe it has not been funded to the extent that it would accomplish the purposes, but I don't want to make a representation on how much money is in the fund. I think the point here, though, is that a ruling in their favor would divert the cost of cleanup from parties that engage in this highly regulated industry, parties that are required by law to carry substantial amounts of insurance for this very eventuality. It would remove that liability from them and place it on the taxpayers of the state. So parties like Eagle would be allowed to participate in this industry, which has these risks, and they wouldn't actually have to absorb the risks. Those risks would now be passed on to the taxpayers of North Carolina.
Thank you. The second question, Mr. Chairman, if I may ask.
Yes.
Council.
Mm-hmm.
When you were elaborating about the General Assembly's policies or statutes, and you were discussing the responsibility of the driver and the responsibilities, or the driver of the car, the lady. Could you, I guess, answer, and Philip, I may need to run this by you. I don't know exactly how to answer the question or ask the question, but is it possible that this causation, the lady took control away from the driver of the truck when she made her movement violation or whatever? Is it possible to say, or logical to say, that Eagle driver did not have control of the petroleum when she caused the accident?
I believe, Mr. King, that Eagle Transport said, Mr. Dunn said in his presentation and in their filings, that they're not disputing that in terms of the statute and how this term is defined, that they did have possession of the oil immediately prior to the accident. So it was still, so as I understand it, and Mr. Valeri and Mr. Dunn can correct me if I'm wrong, it was still in their truck, and they're not disputing that it was in their truck, and therefore immediately prior to the spill, they had possession of it, as that term is defined in the statute.
I was looking at his PowerPoint, the second attorney there, his PowerPoint, and it says, it did not say and, it just says or, explaining the ownership of the petroleum or the responsibility of the petroleum, and I can't recall which it was.
You have to verbalize it. You would like to be heard on this. Say something.
Commissioner, let me first, Commissioner Keene, were you directing your question to Mr. Valeri or to Mr. Dunn or to whom?
Well, Mr. Valeri, because I just had some questions for him in the way that he explained it, and I was just trying to formalize in my mind of who actually, from his presentation and the PowerPoint that he was using, Mr. Chairman, is that who actually had control of the petroleum that caused the accident? Was it the driver of the truck, or was it the driver of, and is that in dispute?
Mr. Commissioner, if I may respond.
Mr. Dunn, Mr. Valeri, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Okay. I do not believe that's in dispute. I think Eagle acknowledges the fact that they were in control of it. And control did not.
Unmuted. You are unmuted now. Yes.
Can you hear me?
I'm sorry, Mr. Dunn. We're still in the process of trying to have the commissioners have a chance to ask questions to Mr. Valeri, and I'm trying not to get into a back and forth of this because I don't think that will serve any purpose.
Well, I understand.
Respectfully.
I feel like your counsel sort of answered the question, not quite the way I would, but I'll wait. Thank you. If I get a chance to address that in a bit.
Go ahead, Mr. Valeri. I'm sorry.
No, I think I had finished. Simply, they were in possession of it, and I don't think that's in dispute. Eagle.
Thank you, Mr. Valeri. Thank you.
Commissioner Solomon, then Commissioner McAdams, then Commissioner Vandervaart. I think all three of you had your hands up.
Mr. Valeri, I've got a question. Your argument about, I guess, what I call the little man, the guy driving, all of us driving cars versus the big oil company, sounds very compassionate and emotional. But where is that supported as a matter of fact in the statutes that we're referencing here as a matter of fact?
Well, I think it's a natural extension of their argument. That is their argument, is that this other person caused that accident, and the liability shifts from them to that other party the moment that they assert this third party exception. And so I think it's the natural extension, and it's not just in terms of auto accidents. It could be any release of a above ground or non-underground storage tank source of petroleum.
So what you're saying, and again, I want to stay on the facts here, but you're saying that if somebody does a malicious act or an irresponsible thing to another person's holding vessel of any kind, that person can walk away from it, and it's the oil company's responsibility, or the other, whoever, in this case, oil company, that's their unequivocal responsibility to cover that cost for society, regardless of what the malicious person did.
No, it's not their unequivocal responsibility. OFSCA also provides mechanisms by which a transporter like Eagle can go after that third party. They're able to do that, but OFSCA is set up in a way so that they have the initial response obligation. And I'm not the party that's arguing that it makes it lawful and that third party can walk away for the intentional act to damage somebody else's oil tank. That's Eagle's argument. That's the natural.
But two questions to follow on. But your argument would be these rules are so onerous that we can't expect the average person to do it. We must, if I followed your initial argument that this is so complicated, it must be part of the oil company's domain. And what I would argue back is this is all an insurance question anyway, and it's not the average motorist that's having to understand. It's their insurance companies that have to understand. And so I don't see where that is in. I'm still looking for clarification where it matters what size or type of company this is, because your initial argument clearly said that these rules were tough to understand, and we couldn't expect the average motorist to do that. And I don't see where that's supported in the facts.
Well, I think what you have is oil companies elect to engage in this highly regulated industry where there is a certain foreseeability that accidents do in fact happen. And they're equipped to respond to these, not just because they're required to carry that additional insurance, but as you saw by Eagle's response here, Eagle went out and actually initiated cleanup. They're equipped to do this. Asking the everyday driver to engage in cleanup activities, I think, it's logical that it would be difficult for them to go out and engage environmental consultants and identify which 2L rules they had to comply with. And I think the legislature acknowledged that by putting the obligation on the business that decided to participate in this industry, required them to carry that additional insurance.
And my final question, if I can, Mr. Chairman, and I'll be quiet. It goes to the point you just made. I saw in the facts or the information that in the record that Eagle definitely went out and cleaned this up, as I think most people do as initial response. I guess my question is, when you look at the rules you showed, it talked about an immediate response in 24 hours. They did that. I mean, there's no contesting they did that. I think the question here, and you correct me if I'm wrong, the question here is how long are they responsible for cleaning up the site from that initial damage. They did their initial response, as I read the record. Do you disagree or with that?
I agree with you, but the issue is that Eagle has decided that they didn't need to do that initial response. They're saying we did that, but we didn't have to. And yes,
just to correct you, I don't, and maybe I've misread this. I don't know that they're seeking to not have to undo something they've already done and paid for. I think they're looking for relief on the longer term cleanup that the state is saying they have to do, and that's what they're trying to get out of, not the stuff they've already done. Maybe I've read that wrong.
I think 85 gives you clarity on that point. 85 says that they are to report the discharge and begin to restore the area affected by the discharge in accordance with the requirements of this article. And that's what they're supposed to do, is restore that area. And they have restored it to a certain point, but they have decided that that point, they've reached their limit on that point, and they're not willing to restore it further.
Okay, well, and I won't argue it, but I think that's exactly where we are. I think they have been, by the record, responsible in the way I read the rule, the statutes, and they did do their initial response. They did start to restore it. But this looks and feels like a longer term battle of why do they have to clean something up to the groundwater standards or whatever standards on a longer term basis. And I'm not so sure that's a literal reading of the statutes required. But anyway, I'll leave it at that. But that was the end of my question, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Solomon. Commissioner Vandervaart?
Got somebody else.
Yeah, so I'd like to ask actually Glenn Dunn if Valeri's representation of your position where control is concerned is correct. You believe you had control after the accident?
And I will ask Mr. Dunn if you can respond, but please be brief because we're trying to move along the process here.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes.
I didn't bring that up initially, but I think a rationale other than sort of fairness for the legislature to have provided the third-party defense is that when someone else, in this case, someone runs in front of your truck or someone sabotages an oil tank or whatever, is that party has taken control. They have deprived you of control right at the end. Yes, we agree that, of course, it was Eagle's truck and Eagle had the petroleum in its possession, but they were not in control right at the end when that accident happened. So I don't agree. I do think that's a rationale. And I wonder if I could go through 3 or 4 points.
Again, please be brief. We're not going to get into this is not a sort of a re-litigation kind of question. So please be brief.
Chairman,
Commissioner, please.
Chairman Myberg, I just wanted to point out we've let Valeri talk for quite a while. In fact, he was saying things on behalf of Glenn Dunn that don't comport with what Glenn Dunn said. I'd like to hear a little bit more from Glenn Dunn. Thank you.
Commissioner, I appreciate that, but that was the time to ask the question as well after the first presentation. And I really am trying to maintain some sense of moving forward as not a back and forth with the presenters, but rather to have deliberation then among the commission.
But when I'm going to have Valeri put words in the mouth of the other attorney, I think we ought to at least give the attorney a chance to say whether those words are actually his.
That will probably go on indefinitely, but let's go ahead, Mr. Dunn. Why don't you make your points quickly?
I will quickly. I believe that Mr. Valeri's arguments pretty clearly on their face were policy arguments. This is not a policy discussion. This is a question of what the statute says. So I ask you 2 or 3 questions. One is, why would the General Assembly say at the beginning of the act that this discharge is not unlawful? I mean, that means that you're not violating the act from then on, no matter what. Secondly is the fact that the carrier, this happens to be a carrier, a trucker, doesn't mean that the third-party defense doesn't apply. It still applies. Thirdly, there's this sort of element of punishment for our client having gone out there and done the initial response to prevent most of the damage. That's very responsible. There's no estoppel required here or applicable here. They're sort of being punished for doing the right thing. They got bad advice from another attorney is what happened. I'll tell you that. Next is, we said that causation is not the issue, the factual issue here. We were told early on that we're liable under OPSCA, and then in the last NOR that was removed. So I just want to mention all those things and go back to the point, what the General Assembly said about what's unlawful under this act, and therefore what kind of discharge can violate and is prohibited by the act is the only issue here. And that's pretty clear from those first two sections that we went through. And I'm sorry if I seemed a little bit anxious because I thought some answers were put into my mouth that weren't my answers.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Commissioner McAdams, I think you had a question.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. My questions have been answered.
Thank you very much. Were there other commissioners who had questions? Did I miss somebody?
Yes, this is Commissioner Carter. I have a question.
Yes, Commissioner Carter.
And I'm going to pose this question to both Mr. Valeri and Mr. Dunn. And this is maybe a little bit of a new, well, it's sort of a new issue, but I was taking a close look at the statute as we were going through this. And I'm looking at 143-215.84, paragraph A1. And I'm just going to read it because we don't have it on a slide anywhere. It says the commission shall not require collection or removal of a discharge or restoration of an affected area under subsection A if the person having control over the oil or other hazardous substances discharged, blah, blah, blah. They have met the requirements otherwise
Commissioner Carter, we dropped the last phrase of your reading dropped off.
Sorry, and it says, so long. Basically, it says as long as the person in control has otherwise met the requirements of the commission. And I guess what this brings to mind to me is that it looks like the sort of the NOR or whatever it is sort of piling on after the fact, and it looks like A1 pretty well precludes that kind of an additional add-on outside of OFSCA. I'd love to hear from both counsel on that.
Mr. Dunn, do you want to go first?
I need a little clarification of the question, Mr. Carter. Sorry.
I think as I read A1, it looks like it says if a person with control of the oil or hazardous substance has taken the appropriate actions, the commission doesn't have any authority to require any further restoration of the affected area. And since you pled that your client had done so, that is the initial cleanup and so on, it strikes me that it suggests to me that provision precludes the add-on NOR that the department has issued to your client. Am I correct or incorrect on that?
I agree with that bottom line, and I think it's that none of the groundwater requirements apply unless you're liable under OPSCA and you go back to OPSCA and the fact that we didn't violate the act. So I think that is the outcome, yes.
Mr. Valeri?
I think you get right to the point of, I believe it was your earlier question, which is where do you cut the line off? And I think whether or not they have removed the discharge is a factual question, the facts for which are not before this commission and cannot be answered. And to the extent that becomes the question, it's not appropriate for issuing a declaratory ruling at this point in time. We don't know what those facts are if they have removed the discharge as A1 provides. And I also want to apologize to the extent that I may have put words in his mouth that he did not agree with. However, I'll point out on that as well, if they disagree with the fact that they were in possession of the oil immediately prior to its discharge, then we also would have a given state of facts issue for whether or not this is relevant for or appropriate for issuing a declaratory ruling.
I don't think the issue is possession. I think the issue is control.
Well, actually, wait a minute. Mr. Valeri, did you just say that the fact of whether or not they've actually done the removal is not an issue or not before us?
No.
I don't think whether or not the removal is complete, we have all of the information on
Go ahead, Mr. Chairman. I'm not entirely satisfied, but I won't ask any more.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Carter. I think we're ready to move. I hope we are ready to move into the deliberation phase of this discussion. And I want to thank Mr. Dunn and Mr. Valeri for their representations. And Councilor Reynolds, I want to make sure that if you could talk about what would be useful. I think that I am now at the point of being able to make a recommendation as I'm required to do under the rules governing these petitions, but I want to make sure I'm correct about that.
Yes, sir. But if I may, I want to make I'll ask two clarifying questions that speak to the question before the commission itself, and I also don't want to put words in Mr. Dunn's mouth. Mr. Keene had asked me about the control as it's defined in the statute. My understanding from reading the materials and talking with Mr. Dunn that there wasn't necessarily, or they weren't disputing that they were in possession or control of the product immediately prior to the accident. So if I can ask Mr. Dunn, is that correct? Am I correct in saying that you're not disputing that for the terms of the statute that you weren't, or that you were in control immediately prior to the accident?
It's kind of hard to answer that. I mean, we were obviously in control and possession until the other car pulled out in front of us and the truck turned over. But I feel my point is that one sensible interpretation of control, and just the sense is that you're deprived of that control in a sense that caused the actual discharge, and that clearly happened here.
Okay. And then the other thing I heard you say, and I want to make sure that Mr. Valeri agrees with this, is that you're no longer, you don't see that there's a conflict or a question as to whether the groundwater rules gives an independent basis for determining which party is responsible. Did I understand you to say that correctly?
I did say that. I read that into the memorandum submitted by Mr. Valeri.
Okay.
That it's not an independent basis because there's not authority under the authorizing legislation, which is 143-214.1, to do anything except set up classifications and standards. And, okay.
Well, the reason I asked that question is just to make sure that the commission is clear as to what questions before them, because your petition did include two parts. One was about the accepted discharge, and one was about the rules itself. And Mr. Valeri, do you agree with Mr. Dunn that there doesn't appear to be a dispute between you two as to whether the rules give an independent basis for determining responsibility, such that that's no longer a question in front of the commission?
I'm not disputing him on that point. I think our brief spoke for itself on that.
Okay, great. So then the way I would phrase it, I know that you gentlemen may disagree, but the way I phrased it to you each, and you each confirmed that this was not an incorrect way to state it. The question really for the commission to decide the merits on is whether the exception to the unlawful discharge applies both to shield you from responsibility for any penalties for the discharge, and then extends to not require or shield you from any requirement to clean up thereafter. Is that what I
correct?
What I understand? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Great. Well, Mr. Chairman, with those questions or with that clarification being added, I appreciate the opportunity to get that clarification for the commission, and I'll turn it back over to you.
Well, thank you very much, Councilor. We're about now to enter into the deliberation, and as Councilor Reynolds said earlier, this is a chance for us to exchange views among ourselves. I do have a recommendation, and I would note in making this recommendation that this petition is not about a rule. The petition is about a particular matter, a case or controversy, if you will, and an interpretation, as they said, of what the statute seems to require. And I have read the materials that were submitted by the petitioners and listened to this discussion. And it seems my recommendation is that there are two paths that the commission could follow. The first would be to deny the request for a declaratory ruling on the basis that no genuine controversy exists as to the application of the statute. And I'll say, and the basis I would rely on would be 603D3, which is about about the application of the statute, because the way I read it, at least, that the oil statute clearly applied to this particular release. The second potential grounding would be that that this was specifically considered on the adoption of the rule being questioned. That's a little harder for me because I'd have to go back into understanding what the General Assembly had in mind, which is a little hard to do in retrospect without more legislative research. But those would be two potential paths for denying the request for a declaratory ruling. In the alternative, the commission could grant the request for a declaratory ruling, but issue a declaratory ruling stating that in this case, strict liability applies with respect to the cleanup and remediation of the release. And my thinking of this is governed by four considerations. The first is that Eagle Transport is, in fact, in the business of a transport of a highly regulated substance, which does have spills all the time, in which there is substantial legal history about strict liability for such events. Secondly, is that the cause of the accident is really not relevant to the finding. It could have been that the accident was caused by a hurricane that blew the truck off the road. It's just simply not relevant to the liability as exists in the statute. The third is the issue about whether Eagle can recover costs from the motorist is a separate question. And so that is an issue between Eagle and the motorist and the motorist insurance company. It's not a question about Eagle's responsibility for their product. And the fourth is that my understanding of the trust fund is the trust fund is for when and is for when you don't have a responsible party that you can identify. And in this case, there is a responsible party that can be identified readily, and the effect of not doing that would displace the costs of doing business, if you will, back onto the public. Now, I don't blame people for making the argument, but that is in fact the effect that such a ruling to do otherwise would have. So that is my recommendation to the commission, and now we should open that for discussion.
So are we saying that transporting hydrocarbons, transporting oil, non-hazardous, that's a strict liability activity?
I am, yes.
I believe, if I may, I believe that's what the position of the department is strict liability for the cleanup, not strict liability for penalties for the discharge.
Correct. I wasn't trying to imply that I thought that there was a case that the statute seemed very clear that given the facts as I understand with the accident, nobody's making the argument that Eagle Transport caused the accident. But I don't think that's a relevant consideration in this case. It's the business in which they are engaged and the liability that attaches to that was dispositive to me.
Well, it's just so hard to get by or get past that language in the act, which sure makes it sound like this isn't a discharge because they specifically name a third party. And look, this wouldn't be the first time that the statute doesn't cover something that it should have covered that we wished that it had covered. But it is just difficult. Again, what is that language there for? If it's not to take account of cases where you've got a third party that caused the discharge.
My own assessment of that, and I thought the state's brief was dispositive on this point, is that the statute is there to cover a case of a discharge where you really can't identify a responsible party, and those things do happen. But in this case, the facts of this case don't. Again, I'm just explaining my own rationale.
I'm talking about the fund. I'm talking about that whatever section it was that specifically accepted. There were like 5 or 6 exceptions to a discharge. I can't remember exactly the section.
Again, I felt that the sections of the statutes that were cited in the departments or in the Attorney General's brief were dispositive to me about liability, and so I kind of didn't feel they could reach that. Not just kind of, I didn't feel that it reached that in my own reading.
Well, I did, Mr. Chairman, as Keen. My question comes from page 3, D3, on the information that was submitted, and moving into about the 5th line in the North Carolina General Statute. And it's 143-215. It's really 83A. And that page 3, where it starts with the Ellison and Gamble and Oil Company, and applying it on that's about that 7th, 8th sentence down.
Yeah.
Creates strict liability according to any person who discharges oil in violation. Okay, we got that. Now, and we move down to the however, specifically expect certain discharges from being characterized as unlawful. So we've gone through that, and that's 83A. But when any person subject to liability proves discharge as caused by an act or omission of a third party, we've gone over that. Whether any such omission was or was not negligent. Okay, does not consider the discharge unlawful. We've gone over that with the statute 83B. But we get into the bottom part, and we go into any person having control over oil or other hazardous substances. And my question is, and moving into the top of D4 until it gets a statement of facts. So this sort of preamble of before we get to the statement of facts, when this overview comes from all of these general statutes, then it is somewhat confusing for me as a commissioner I understand what both attorneys are saying. But the cleanup is one thing, the discharge and cleanup, but the causation, the control. And you mentioned natural disasters. This is a human error. It has nothing to do with a hurricane or tornado. That's something we can't control. So, the General Assembly, I guess, needs to go back to work and look at, when do you lose control? When does this driver lose control and have to adapt to these general statutes? And that's where I am.
Other comments? Mr. Solomon, yeah.
I would say that coming into this, before I read it on the surface, I would have went with the state out of probably just general knowledge and belief and passion or whatever I would think. I am compelled by the case that the petitioners have made, because as you read the statutes and read them just clearly without any other thought from the outside, and I just come to the conclusion that what they're asking for is reasonable. And that's just trying to take out all my previous thought and bias and look just at the facts and what they're asking. And I do find what they're asking for compelling, which would initially have surprised me, but I am compelled. And I'm not really sworn. I heard a lot of things in the state's argument that seem to be more passion and not more facts. So I'm even more compelled that way. So that's just my comment when you asked for it.
Thank you. Commissioner Arata.
The only remaining disconnect for me is how you look at the statute's language and you acknowledge that, okay, Eagle did comply with the initial cleanup requirement, and then how do we then read into that statute essentially a policy decision that they shouldn't have to comply with the later requirements? And that's a bit of a discomfort sitting this is reading in a policy into the statute where I'm not sure one exists.
Commissioner Dixon, no, Commissioner Davis, I'm sorry.
I have the question: if Eagle is giving relief through this process, does the state then have the option to go after the individual who caused the accident for remediation? And is that what the policy suggests? And that we have, if we issue a declaratory relief, that the state has been pursuing the wrong party in terms of responsibility for cleaning up the spill?
Counsel, I'm going to have to throw that one over to you.
Sure. I believe that the statute gives, if it is a state's responsibility for the situation where no responsible party can be identified for the spill, or where a responsible party can be identified for the spill itself, if the state has to come in, they have the option under the statute to go after either the third party or the person in possession of the product immediately prior to the spill. That's the way I read the statute, is that they could go after either. But that's just the way I'll read it. And I don't know that the question is about who the state might be able to go after as much as whether the exception applies not just to penalties for the spill, but also responsibility under 84 to clean up.
And I understand that what you're suggesting, but I guess my question is, somebody is responsible. It's either I think we're being asked to determine whether Eagle is responsible or this third party is responsible for the spill or the accident that caused the spill. And so therefore my question is, would it flow naturally from that? Then the state has an obligation to go pursue the party who might be deemed responsible for the spill in this case.
Okay, so to answer that question specifically, the commission is not being asked to determine who is responsible. That's a question of fact. There would be a factual dispute and about that matter. It's not about who's responsible for the spill, for the discharge itself. It's who's responsible for the cleanup. So accepting the fact that there was a discharge, if that was an accepted discharge, does that exception apply both to shield the petitioner from criminal or civil penalties for the discharge itself, and then does that exception carry further to the next section of the statute that says who has to clean up? Right. So 84 says, I believe it was 84 says, the person in immediate in possession of the oil immediately prior to the accident is responsible for cleaning up and reporting within 24 hours. And what 83 says is this is what a spill, this is a discharge, and then there's exceptions to those discharge. You can be penalized for the discharge, and that not or penalized or not penalized for the discharge, but that doesn't address the question that Eagle is bringing, which is now do we have to also clean up? So it's not a matter of who's responsible for the spill, it's who's responsible for the cleanup. I hope that long answer helped clarify.
Commissioner Lazorick and then Commissioner Vandervaart.
Thank you. I mean, to me, the fact that they reported right away and cleaned up right away shows that they knew that was their responsibility. But then the next part of the rule says they have to begin to restore the area. So my question is, what is that defined? What beginning to restore the area means? When does that start? How far does it go? And when does it end? And is that really what's in dispute? Is how far that goes? Is that in the rule anywhere? What does it mean to begin to restore the area? Because they did the immediate cleanup.
I believe that's where the commission's rules would come in to say what that level is and what's required. I can't tell you for certain that that's what that is, but the but the rules, as I believe was suggested earlier in the presentations, the rules define the level to which compliance must be met, what actions have to happen to satisfy the cleanup requirements. And this is just a question of, do we even get that far? To begin
the fact
with.
that they reported it and cleaned it up immediately shows that they knew it was their responsibility from the first moment it happened.
Commissioner Vandermark?
This may be just my same old nemesis, which is I can't keep a paragraph and a section and a subsection and a part separate. So I go back and I look at 83. 83 says this section doesn't apply for acts of God, for third parties, for war. And then 84 talks about the requirements to clean up. Is 84 a different section? Because I didn't think so. I assume the exception under 83 applies to 84. Am I wrong about that?
Yes, the section is that one section. 83 is a section, 84 is a section. They all fall within a part, which all falls within an article with all,
So this is not a subsection. So this isn't a subsection. 83 and 84 aren't subsections of the same section.
No, they are sections. They're each sections to the part.
So that would argue that exception doesn't apply to 84. The exception in 83 doesn't apply to 84. Is that?
It's the same general statute.
Yes, that's what I would say is my reading of statutes in general is that when a statute says within this section, they're talking about that section. We call it North Carolina General Statute Section 143.215.83. That's a section. 215.84 is a different section. They just happen to still be within the same part. So when it refers to this section, it's referring to the language that you're reading within that limited defined section.
Right. So and look, I don't buy that if somebody starts to clean it up, they were freaking out. They're going to clean it up whether they are admitting guilt or not. I mean, that's what companies do because it's only going to get worse if you let it sit there. So simply doing the initial stages of putting booms down there, making the notification and all that, and the problem is they've done that initial mitigation. Now they've got to worry about actually cleaning the soil, digging it up to some level, and that's much more expensive. So that's why they're upset about this. So I guess my question would be to Glenn Dunn, if their only hope is if I'm reading this right, and Charlie, you need to tell me, but if I'm reading this right, the exception that I think that Mr. Dunn is trying to make is in 83. And it says that this section doesn't apply for acts of war, for third parties, and for hurricane, acts of God. And it only says for this section. So would he try to tell me that exception also applies to 84?
May I speak?
Now, with respect, I think we're in the part of this, and Counselor, if you should tell me if I'm incorrect, but with respect, I think we're in the part where we're trying to deliberate among the commission.
I would like to say that is the essential point of the whole argument.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn.
And I don't, Dr. Vanderbar, I don't disagree with that. I think your question about the section, again, when I read a statute says within this section, they're talking about what does this section say, and here exceptions to this section. It doesn't, unless it refers to a part, unless it refers to another statute, it's only talking about within that limited section. And but that is the ultimate question of, does the exception in 83 also apply to 84?
Right. So I mean, that's right. I mean, if point 83 is a different section than point 84, I don't see, and the whole argument, my understanding, the whole argument from Eagle's side is that they're falling under this exception, which I do believe they're falling under this exception. What does that mean in terms of having to pay for the cleanup? And that's in 80.84. So I'm not sure about all of Bellari's arguments, but and they were passionate. I give them that. But I just think I may be missing something, but if it's that, it's that.
Sure, and I'll point out that in 84 there is a defined term, which is possession immediately prior to the discharge. So I see just the plain language of the statute, not arguing one way or the other.
Sure, but if there's an exception to that, there's an exception to that. But the exception apparently doesn't apply. So, right. All bets are off.
Right. So I see the exception in 83, at least read internally and consistently, is that this is what an unlawful discharge is. And within this section, defining an unlawful discharge, here are the exceptions. These are the exceptions to this section. So there's an exception to whether discharge is unlawful. It would otherwise, all discharges that aren't otherwise permissible are impermissible. But these are situations where we're saying it's not an unlawful discharge if you meet one of these exceptions. But the language of the statute, again, I'm not arguing from one side or the other, but the plain reading of the statute says these are exceptions to this section, being 83.
If I could add to that, Dan, Don, Commissioner Vandervaart, if I could, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, although Commissioner Bailey had her hand up first.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, go ahead, please. But Commissioner Bailey had her hand up. I'm not going to.
Yeah, she did.
Commissioner Bailey, you're muted still.
Got it. Okay. I was reviewing GS 143-215.85, and I wanted to expand a little more on what Commissioner Lazouris brought up. If you look in subsection B, you go back to the language that says any person who owns or has control over petroleum that is discharged in the environment shall immediately take measures to collect and remove the discharge, report the discharge to the department within 24 hours, and begin to restore the area affected by the discharge. So one thing I wanted to say, there are a couple of things I just wanted to point out about this, is that in this particular sentence, it doesn't say unlawful discharge. It just relates directly back to the person who had control over the petroleum right before the discharge. The other point I want to make is I thought it was interesting too, as Commissioner Lazouris said, is what does begin mean? It doesn't say complete. So that's an interesting point. And then the other part of it is that if you know and understand liability and environmental statutes, this language about owns or has control over petroleum discharges is, at least in my opinion, pretty unique. There's strict liability and joint liability for Superfund and those statutes, but I think this really is recognizing that it has to do with carriers and transporters of oil, and that it's a unique situation. So what I would say is I totally agree with the interpretation of what is a subsection versus a section, because again, if you look at the very first paragraph A here, it says, except as provided in NCGS, blah, 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 and subsection B and of this section. So I think that kind of nails it with the first sentence in point 85 as to what is or is not a section, although Council Reynolds already explained that to us. So in sum, I'd say section has to do with that one section about what is unlawful. I'd say point 85 is saying whoever has control over this before it's discharged, doesn't say before an unlawful discharge occurs, it's before a discharge. And you're not looking at third parties taking away the liability for the the cleanup. And that's what I have to say on that. Thank you.
Commissioner Keene?
That was good point, by the way. But I was only going from page 3. That was presented to us that I went over a few minutes ago. Regulations of oil and hazardous substance releases under the OPHSCA, and I was just going through the general statutes 143, 215, and it started out with 0.79. Then it went. I'm going on what was presented here, and then went into 83A, and I can go into 83B, which is a subset of 83. But when I start looking at 83 and then jump down to the last paragraph, any person who possesses oil immediately prior to discharge is responsible for the cleanup. That's in 84. And then in the last paragraph of this overview, before we get to the statements of the fact, it says, plainly states, such a responsible party, however, is not without recourse. Any party held liable for cleanup cost under NCGS 143-215.84. I'm referring back to 84. I just read the paragraph before that. Any person having control over oil or other hazardous substances. So is statutorily authorized, going back to the paragraph on page 4, recover such cost in part or in whole from any other person causing or contributing to the discharge of oil or other hazardous substances into the waters of the state. That's in point, and that, of course, is General Statute 143-215.89. I understand, Mr. Chairman, but I am not completely sold here on, well, I am. I understand it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Keene. Let me make a procedural suggestion and just see how the group wants to go. And I'd be looking for a motion for this. And as I framed the question, there were really two decisions that we have to make. One is whether we want to accept or deny the request for a declaratory ruling. Then the second question is whether or not, if we accept the request for a declaratory ruling, what that ruling would be, which is you would reach the merits of it. And you have to decide kind of the first before you decide the second. So I would entertain a motion. I guess that, Philip, I guess that's the right way to proceed. A motion on the first path, if somebody's comfortable making one, so we can decide that question first. And then if we decide that question, then you don't reach the second. If we decide the first question one way, the other way, we do have to reach the second. So, the councilor, does that seem like this petition is a little different from other ones we've had before, and I'd like your opinion on that.
Sure. It does make sense to answer the threshold question first, whether to issue or decline to issue the declaratory ruling, and the reasons the bases for deciding that. Your rules provide, again, an inclusive list as to the reasons why there may be good cause to decline. Again, just inclusive, not exclusive, to decline to issue it, and only if the commission decides to issue it, then would it have to have a motion and vote as to the bases for ruling on the merits itself. So long answer to say yes, that's a good way to handle it.
Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion. Commissioner Bailey?
Yes.
I move to issue the declaratory ruling. And it looks like I don't need to give any causes.
You don't need to the only reason you would need cause is to list cause to issue it is if you're declining to issue it.
Right.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Commissioner Solomon will second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Okay. I'm going to move to call the roll on that one. So this is a motion to issue to grant the request for a declaratory ruling. Commissioner Anderson?
I disagree.
Okay. No. Okay. Commissioner Arata?
No.
No. Commissioner Bailey?
Yes.
Commissioner Carter? I think Commissioner Carter may have had to step off. I know he had a constraint later in the end. Commissioner Davis?
No.
Commissioner Deerhake?
No.
Commissioner Gillespie, if you are on. He's not voting. Commissioner Harris?
No.
Commissioner Keene?
No.
Commissioner Lazorick?
No.
Commissioner McAdams?
Yes.
Commissioner Monist?
No.
I'm sorry, pardon?
No.
Commissioner Solomon?
Just remind me, this is to issue the declaratory ruling?
Yes, the motion was to issue a declaratory ruling. So a vote of yes would mean that we would proceed to then discuss what declaratory ruling we would issue. A vote of no is to find that is to deny the request for a declaratory ruling.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Vandervaart?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to change my vote. I misunderstood the question.
Okay. All righty.
Keene.
Yes, Mr. Keene changes his vote to yes. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 no's and 1, 2. I don't. 1. Let me count again. 1, 2. We'll just say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. So that is the vote. So the motion fails.
Question, Mr.
Yes.
Chairman. Those who were not present, does their count as a yes or no?
Their count does not count. It's the majority of those present and voting.
So if they are not at their phone at this time, there's no vote for them one way or the other.
That is correct. Philip, unless there's something I missed.
No, sir.
As long as we have a quorum, correct?
That's correct.
And we do have a quorum, yes.
And the vote for declaratory quorum is a simple majority. Doesn't have to be 2/3 or 3/4 or something.
That's correct. That's correct. And so, Mr. Chairman, as you point out, the motion to grant the declaratory ruling or to issue has failed. And so if the commission has determined not to grant it, then it would be proper to entertain a motion to decline it, saying the bases for that.
Do I have such a motion?
This is David. So moved.
Do I have a second? Commissioner Arata is second. In discussion,
But you need to have the reasons. You need to have the reasons basis on which it's declined, though. I think
that's correct.
Correct. That's correct.
I think Commissioner Arata was prepared to make that motion.
Yeah, but unless Mr. Anderson yields, Mr. Chairman, he has put a motion forward. If I may, Commissioner Anderson, would you yield to Commissioner Arata? Or would you like to state the good cause shown for your motion?
I will yield. I have no reason.
Okay.
Commissioner Arata?
All right, so the reason is the first reason that you, Chair Myberg, gave in your explanation of your thinking process, which is that the statute does not give us room to issue a declaratory judgment or to grant the request to hear a declaratory judgment at this time.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I may, do I understand Commissioner O'Rourke's motion to be that she's moving to decline for good cause shown and that there is no genuine controversy in the application of the statute at issue?
Thank you for putting the correct words in place.
Yes.
I want to make sure I understood it because I gotta keep all this stuff straight myself.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'm going to call the roll again, if you will. Commissioner, and a vote yes in this case means to vote to decline to hear the decline to issue a declaratory ruling for the reasons stated in the motion. And Commissioner Anderson?
Aye.
Commissioner Arata?
Aye.
Commissioner Bailey?
Aye.
Commissioner Carter is not on. Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Deerhake?
Aye.
Commissioner Gillespie is not on. Commissioner Harris?
Aye.
Commissioner Keene?
Aye.
Commissioner Lazorek?
Aye.
Commissioner McAdams?
Nay.
Commissioner Monist?
Aye.
Commissioner Solomon?
Nay.
Commissioner Vandervaart?
Nay.
Okay, we have a vote of 1, 2, 3 noes and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 yes. So the motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize because I didn't write this down in my notes. I didn't hear which commissioner seconded Commissioner Arata's motion.
I was assuming that would be Commissioner Anderson who had yielded to Commissioner Arata in the first place.
That's correct.
Okay, I'm sorry. I want to make sure that I got that down. Thank you.
Well, thank you, everybody. This was a pretty interesting discussion. And thanks to all the participants. And with that, I have a couple of suggestions about what to do with the rest of the meeting. We're running really late, really behind, and I would like to suggest that I'd like to get Councilor Reynolds, because I think he's maybe time pressured on this, and supposedly this is brief, although I never believe that again, about to cover his Edge of Auburn Settlement Agreement amendment. And then I'm going to suggest that rather than try to cram everything else in, because I myself have a constraint, that I will be happy to try to call a specially called meeting in December to cover the information items that we didn't get to today, because I feel like it's unfair to them, to those items, to sort of try and cram them through when we're all pretty, I suspect, exhausted. And even if they're information items, that might be more appropriate. Yeah, Commissioner Solomon.
I would suggest, because I think I saw Commissioner Reynolds' request that we give you power to go through the negotiations. I think we delay the Auburn agreement until December if you're going to do a special call meeting when we can hear the whole case a little bit better and maybe have something to actually vote on instead of delegating that authority away as a commission.
I'm comfortable with that. Councilor Reynolds, is there any reason that would be an obstacle for you?
Well, Commissioner Solomon keeps trying to elevate me to a commissioner. I have no such great standing. I do appreciate you trying to elevate my reputation there, but I don't have a problem with that. I do understand that I provided that to you all very late. Part of that was because of my absence from, as you all, most of you are aware of. But I'll note this, that when the commission acts, it acts through its chairman. That's who signs off on these things. And I do want to, so you all know, I wanted to say what I meant by minor. I meant changing signature lines and those types of things. But I understand that if the commission would like to push that back to a special meeting in December, my only request would be that we have it early enough in December that we're not prejudice the other parties in the event that we need to take additional action after that meeting. So I don't have any problem with that. I do appreciate Commissioner Solomon's suggestion, and I think it's well founded.
Okay, that works for me. I mean, there's several other. We haven't heard the director's reports or any of that kind of stuff, so we're going to be a little behind. But we knew that going into this meeting it was going to be a long agenda, and so it has proved.
Stan?
Yes. Yeah.
How about the remissions? Do we do those or not?
Yes, the remission should. If everybody's still hanging in there, the remission should still go ahead if at all possible.
Good.
Sure, Deerhake, yes.
Can you please clarify what's in December and what's in January?
Sure. What would be in December are the items on the agenda that we did not reach today, which include the Edge of Auburn settlement agreement, the update on the CHPP amendment process, the update to the solar, wind, and battery end-of-life management process, and the concluding remarks by the commissioners, by the directors and all of our other concluding remarks.
Chairman Mauber, may I jump in just for a second? I got a note from Lois that she has reserved December 9th and 10th, if that works in December. If either of those dates work for you, I'm not asking for a commitment now. I just wanted to let you know that those were two of the dates that Lois might be available. At her request, she told me to suggest, and we do what Lois says.
Absolutely right. For me, either of those dates would work. Why don't you, if Lois, if you just poll the committee members or commission members and see which of those two dates work better. Hopefully, we can do that. It should not be a long meeting, but it would keep us from running another hour and a half or two. When I think, or hopefully, or even another hour, when I think most of us are pretty wiped out at this point. Okay. Well, thank you for your endurance in staying with this. We had several very difficult items on the agenda today, and thanks for your patience and your dedication and your continued attention to all of these things. And with that, I would like to declare this meeting adjourned.
Thank you. Anyone on group 2 remissions, don't leave.
And Mr. Anderson, if I may, there's no, while the chairman expressed, and I think wisely so, his desire that we continue on with the remissions, there's nothing preventing the committee from continuing these since none of these have oral associated with them. There's nothing that will prevent the committee, if it decides together to continue these requests until next meeting, or if it so desires a special meeting at a different time.
Okay, then I make a motion that we do not.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. We have to give a few minutes to make sure that everybody is here, including the staff, to present. And then as chair, you'll have to open the meeting, give the ethics reminder, and then you can entertain those motions. But as the chair, unfortunately, it's not permissible for you to make motions.
10-4. We'll wait a few minutes.
Sorry about the confusion there.
Philip, I have a question. I actually have to leave, so I don't know if there's a way for me to kind of give my approval ahead of time, that if the motion is made to move it to a future date, that would work better for me too, because I cannot stay on for the remissions meeting.
I think Dr. Lazoric that Chairman Anderson hears you about your preference, and I think he'll duly note that.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Deerhake, just confirming I'm not in civil penalty group, right? I'm a chairman Martin's group, I believe. So thank you. I'm leaving.
I don't think you are in this group.
All right. Thanks. Bye-bye, everyone. Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you. Have a great Thanksgiving yourself.
Thank you.
How many more people do we need for a quorum here? It looks like
I think, make sure that I have the meeting assignments up here. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 as usual. Dr. Lazoric is not present. Commissioner Carter is not present because I can't see two screens at once. Is Commissioner Davis present? Davis, are you here? Commissioner Davis is not present. 3. Commissioner Keene, are you present? I don't see Commissioner Keene. I don't see Commissioner Solomon. So, Mr. Chairman, oh, there's Commissioner Keene. I see. On my count, that's exactly 3 members, which is not enough for a quorum. You can continue to wait. And there's Commissioner Davis. 1, 2, 3, 4. So now you have 4 members: Commissioner Davis, Commissioner Keene, and yourself, Mr. Chairman, are all present. So you now have a quorum.
So can we go ahead and vote, or have to wait a few minutes?
So you'll need to call the meeting to order and give the ethics reminder, asking any member to identify any conflicts of interest that would necessitate their recusal. So, and if you want to call it to order, I'll be glad to give that ethics reminder on your behalf.
Okay, I hereby call Group 2 remissions of the EMC to order. And council, have a comment?
Yes, sir. As with your permission, I'll remind the members of the need to identify any conflicts of interest that would require your recusal for any of the items coming before the commission today.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't hear any, and again, you do have a quorum now.
Okay, we have 4 of 7 members, so we have a quorum. Do I hear any comments or recommendations?
That account, Dr. Lazoric's request that you continue on since she's not able to be here as well. I'm not sure if Mr. Keene or Ms. heard me earlier when I said that if at the committee's leisure, it decides to push these back to another meeting, they're welcome to do so. And Dr. Lazoric expressed her desire that would be her preference. And I know that you had mentioned that would be yours as well.
Okay, thanks, Philip. And we have heard one of our members' recommendation before she left. And we have, I think, 3 or 4 of our 7 members here now. So anybody object to pushing off our agenda till the December meeting?
This is Commissioner Davis. I have no objection.
Okay, Philip, do we need to have a vote, or that it?
Well, no, so I think that you can go on consensus that the members would prefer to renotice this for December. And I would assume that includes also possibly January. And I'll work with the staff to make sure that works for them as well, if you don't mind, if you'll allow me to.
Okay, we'll have a vote then. And Commissioner Davis, did we say that she's on?
Yes, sir.
Vote, please.
I have no objection.
And Commissioner Arata?
continuing in December, January is fine.
And Commissioner Carter, I think, is gone. Commissioner Keene? He may be gone too.
I think he's on mute. He's just on mute right now. I see him on the screen.
Okay, Commissioner Keene? I hear your vote. Commissioner Keene, you may be on mute.
He is, in fact, on mute. But he's not expressing objection, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Lazoric?
She's not present, Mr. Chairman.
And Commissioner Solomon, I don't think is present.
No, sir, I don't see Commissioner Solomon either.
So do we have enough votes to convene in December?
Yes, sir, you have enough votes to continue these requests to the next meeting of the committee. Sorry, took me a second to get that out.
Okay, then you heard it, folks. We will address Group 2 remissions at our December scheduled meeting, and I'm sure you'll see the emails on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're adjourned.